Kedu ụzọ nwanne Nnamdi Kanu si na-eme na-emeju ya? Unu kọrọ m ka m ghọta. Na m sị ma unu arụghị ogwe nke abụọ gafere River Niger. Na unu ga-arụ okporo ụzọ. Unu ga-emezi ebe niile. Ebe ụmụaka na-agụ akwụkwọ ọ ga-emezi emezi ọma mma. Ụlọ ọgwụ a ga-arụzi ya arụzi. A ga-enwe ọkụ, mmiri ga na-agba. Ọ ga-adụ onye ihu na mma, dụ onye azụ na mma. Kedu ụzọ m si mejọ ndị dị etu a? Asị m na ụzọ m si na-eme ya na ọ dịghị mma. Njọ ha sị mbụ ngwa agha. Onye m gbara egbe. Onye m gburu mma. Onye m gbara ụta. Akwa sọsọ ozi ọma Chineke si mgbasa n'igwe okwu ka m na-agbasa. Kezie ka o si metụta unu. Ọ bụ gịnị mere unu wa na-asị ka akpọta Nnamdi Kanu ka egbuo ya ọhaneze na ndị gọvanọ? Ọkwa na gịnị mere ndị herdsmen na-egbusi ndị mmadụ n'ugwu Awụsa? Ndị gọvanọ ha n'ugwu Awụsa kpọbere ka a bịa gbusie ha. Inu anunugo na onye na-achị ugwu Awụsa gọvanọ pụtara sị ka egbusie ndị herdsmen. Unu anunugo na onye Yoruba pụtara na sị ka egbusie ndị OPC. Ọgwụ na sọsọ ndị Igbo. N'ihi na unu na-agbalịka ka unu ga-agbara ndị Fulani odibo. Onye pụta sị ka ya gbara Fulani odibo. Onye nsị na mụ abụọ Nnamdi Kanu aga ma agbara Fulani odibo. Ha nwere ha kwesịrị ịgba mụ odibo. Ọ ihe na-esere mụ na ha. Ha gaa n'ugwu Awụsa. Ndị ha na-akpọrọ isi n'ala na-ajụ ha, unu n'ebe a Nnamdi Kanu ọ pụtakwa n'ụbọchị one unu hapịa ọ na-akpagharị ebe niile. Ego a na-enyekwa ya ọzọ. Onye ahụ otiri mkpu bịa. Ọ gaa na BBC Igbo na-akọrọ ha. Aka m esokwa ya. Aka gị ọkwa ọgwụ ogonwa wee onye isi nche na steeti gị. Ị ga-agwa m na onwe ka ndị agha obodo ekwensu bụ zoo Naịjirịa ga-esi malite na-akpa mkpamkpa n'obodo gị ịmaghị ihe gbasara ya? Ngwongwo niile esi be mburu. Akwa ebe Kezi Ikpeazụ ka ebugara na gọọmenti haus na ezi nna m. Ha na-ekiri na-amụ amụ. Ohe were ụmụnne ha na-eresi ndị Fulani. Chee na ndị Fulani ga-ahụ ha n'anya. Wee na-ajụ na-asị gị na-eme na ọhaneze n'ụbọchị nke taa. Akwa ofu Jibril a ha na-agbara odibo ha na-achụrụ efi. Akwa ofu Jibril a bịara ugbu a bịa tisa ọhaneze tiwa ya ụzọ abụọ. Ịhụnanya ya.
O nwere otu ọ ga-abụ ma gị ma ha nwere ike bịakọta ọnụ ka akpa ihe ọfụma nwee nkwekọrịta otu a ga-esi gaa n'ihu?
Ihe na-eme na ndị be anyị wụ na ha na-aghọtachi anyị na-eme ọfụma. Ịjụọ ha sịra m chọrọ ikewapụ Biafra n'ime Nigeria na ọ nweghị ihe ziri ezi na iwu obodo ha akwadoghị ya. Na-ajụ ha sị ya kee ụzọ chọrọ isi imi ya. Asị na ọwụ ka aga mee ntuli aka elu anyị bịanyecha aka atụcha vootu aga na ebe a na-eme iwu anọrọ akpa ya ekwekọrịta anyị gawa n'iru. Njụọ ha ndị na-eme iwu obodo Nigeria mmadụ ole si Kanu steeti pụta? 44. Ọ bụ mmadụ ole na-emekwe n'iwu a si Abia, Imo na Bayelsa pụta? Ha erughị sọsọ Kanu steeti. Ọ bụzi ụzọ dị aṅaa ka ị ga-esi wee nweta ihe a ibu n'obi? Ebe ndị ọwa anyị na ha na-awụ nọchiri egwuru agara agbachi ụzọ nọchi ebe niile. Efe adịghị, ụzọ adịghị. Obere ihe unu kwesịrị ịrụ unu anaghị arụ ya. Nwatakịrị ihe wụ ogbe nkịtị ebe na-ebute mmanụ na-ebute ukoro ọkụ ike a na-ebupụ na-akpata ego bekee wee na-eri ndị ugwu Awụsa ji na-eleta onwe ha mma. Wụnaba anyị ka o si bịa. Okporo ụzọ nkịtị na amarụ Ọnịcha ruo Enugu. Kezi ihe ọzọ ị na-akọwara m? Ọ bụ gịnị ka imepụta were ga-eme m ga-eji wee nwee ntụkwasị obi ebe ị nọ n'ihe ị na-ekwu na ị ga-emenwu ya na ọnwa eziokwu? Ihe IPOB na-amakwa nnupụ isi ka anyị na-enupụ isi. Nkwenekwa na-ekwu na ilu a na-atị n'Igbo. Asị mgbe ụfọdụ m okorobịa nkwane ka onye ara na-alụnye ya nwaanyị. Ọkwana ihe anyị na-eme na mmegbu anyị na-emegbu anyị na ọ karịala. Na ihe a na-eme anyị na ọ dịghị mma. Ekunye agbagbu anyị. Ege ebe a akpọ ejide ebe anyị na-azụ ahịa laa ya n'iyi. Ha nwa na onwe ha enweghị ihe ha pụrụ ime. Ha niile na-agbara ndị Fulani odibo. Ị ga-abịa bịakwute nna gị okwesị nna gị okwu ana m enupụ isi nsị ha mmụọ awụ Nnamdi Kanu na magbara ha odibo. Uru ha bụ ka mụ na ha mee ya. Ha ajụ ọhịa na-ese okwu.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. One more time I say welcome to another live broadcast. That was the voice of our indomitable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, trying to explain to the ignorant. And they are not, this is the hammer. They know, everybody knows what's up. But you know something? They don't want to accept it as the truth. But the truth will always prevail. No matter how much you try to subject or subdue the truth, it will always come to light in the end, because it's like shining light. You don't need to think of what to say if you are telling the truth. It's only when you're a liar that you always need a further explanation, or you need to explain yourself over and over and over and over for people to understand what you're saying. But you know something? That is the irony of life. When you are lying, you need to go back and keep on. You have to keep on lying and lying and lying and lying. But when you are telling the truth, this truth will always remain with you, no matter what anybody says, no matter go to east, go to west, come back. The truth will always prevail. Yesterday, I was listening to Yakome, our able barrister, and he was doing some, speaking to some audience yesterday and trying to explain to the plight of our plight and the plight of our leader, what happened. So I need us to listen to it very, very attentively this morning, and then we'll take it from there, making our comments and, pursuing what we're going to talk about today. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. Let's listen to Yakome, our son.
Social and political insecurity that have led to self-determination moves. I don't like the word separatist. Nnamdi Kanu is not a separatist. It's a self-determination movement person. And self-determination is recognized by all international instruments, including the United Nations Charter, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Economic and Political Charter. It's recognized all over the world. So it's not IPOB that he has formed about 2012 did not start as a violent organization. They were marching on the streets of Onitsha, Oka, Aba, Owerri, Umuahia, and other places, saying we want self-determination. Give us Biafra. They were peaceful. They were blowing whistle, wearing berets, until 14th of September 2017, when the Nigerian army, through Operation Python Dance, invaded the ancestral home of Eze Kanu, the father of Nnamdi Kanu, at Afara-Uku, Ibeku, Umuahia, in Abia State. 28 defenseless and unarmed Nigerians were killed in that bloody invasion. And Nnamdi Kanu managed to escape with the whiskers and by providence, landing in Rome and later Israel, where he swore to affidavits as regards why he had to run for his dear life. So let me tell Mr. President, sir, let me use this opportunity to beg you, Mr. President, sir, on my bended knees, most genuflectingly, even as our case is right now before the Supreme Court, without prejudice to the outcome, release Nnamdi Kanu immediately. It will help to bring peace and tranquility to the southeast. It is not the other way around. We are not saying you should subvert the judicial process by doing this. You can instruct your Attorney General, who has the powers under Section 174 of the Constitution, to enter a nolle prosequi, a total discontinuance of the whole case. What will bring peace to the southeast towards 2023 is not the continued detention of Nnamdi Kanu, who has become a metaphor for the Igbo struggle. It is rather his immediate release to his people, and they will be happy. 374 ethnic groups in Nigeria, as discovered by Professor Onigu Otite, a great demographer. And of these 374 ethnic groups, we only always remember the Hausas, Fulanis, the Igbos, and the Yorubas. Have always asked the question, what happened to the other 371 ethnic groups, of which I am one, a minority within a minority, from a village called Ivukwe near Agenebode, a minority, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State, a minority. Where do you place me? God is not a foolish God. He knew why he planted me there. You must therefore recognize me and give me my full rights as a Nigerian. Because I'm not here as a clapper and as a spectator. That is one of the problems of insecurity in Nigeria. Marginalization, non-inclusiveness of certain people, of certain ethnic groups. What happened to the Domas, the Biras, the Chekiris, the Robos, the Jos, the Ogonis, the Efik, the Bibios, the Esakos, Ishans, Benis, the Igbagis, the Zulus, if you just recognize only 3 to 4 ethnic groups. That is itself a sleeping magma that can erupt into a volcanic eruption. Economic and financial insecurity come there. That is why voters are given between 5 and 10,000 naira, which is just like $10 or $12, to vote for a particular candidate. Some people are selling the next 4 years just for 10,000 naira. Do you know why? I will tell you. Because they have been so pauperized that many of them feel, let me just get this little one. At least I have seen this one, because our politicians, after they win, they will forget us. That was what Stalin did. Stalin, he called these people and said, let me tell you how to pauperize your people and make them obey you, so that they begin to suffer the Stockholm syndrome. The Stockholm syndrome is a syndrome where the slave falls in love with his master. At dawn, you will call the master, you forgotten, you have not yet slapped me since morning. Why don't you put your legs on my head? That's Stockholm syndrome. So Stanley told the followers, say, bring me a chicken, a fowl. They brought the chicken. He started pulling out the feathers of the chicken one by one, and the chicken or fowl was creaking, crying, screaming, in pains, in agony. And when Stanley finished plucking out all the feathers, he dropped the chicken on the floor, and the chicken started dwaddling away in pains and agony. Then Stanley dipped his hands in his pocket and brought out grains. I said, that same chicken that was now going away in pains turned back. Stanley bent down, and the chicken started feeding from his palm. He said, that is what you do to your people, to marginalize them, then conquer them, then they will obey you. Is that what we are seeing in Nigeria? Is that why people will buy, will just be giving 10,000 naira, 5,000 naira, and a small mudu of rice, grains of rice and salt, Maggi cubes, and you go and vote for a person that you would not have voted for ordinarily? So I have said here in my paper, 35 pages, that we are not actually operating that true gen of democracy, which was defined on the 19th of November, 1863, by the great American President Abraham Lincoln in his Gettysburg Declaration, that democracy is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. We are operating different forms of crazes, but not the demo. What are the forms of crazes? Have coined out. One is called electionocracy. What is electionocracy? Electionocracy is a form of government that we practice in Nigeria, where at every 4-year intervals we have a ritual of going to the polls to elect or select our leaders. After selecting them, the leaders use the first 1 year touring around, greeting the people, thanking them. He uses the second year to construct some roads that will be washed away by the first rainfall, and build culverts and build hospitals that will not be equipped. 2 years have gone. Then by the third year, underground electionary campaign starts. So they have not governed. They have not given democracy dividends. I call it electionocracy. We have a second craze in Nigeria, which is not demo. That is judocracy. Judocracy is a form of crazy where presidents, governors, senators, and House of Representative members, and House of Assemblies, and chairmen of local government council and legislators are conceived, incubated, and delivered in a course of law when litigation comes over election. So it is not actually the people that are voted for. It's not the candidates voted for by the people through the ballot box that may eventually turn up to be your governor or president. I call it judocracy. I have another form of government that we are practicing. I call it executocracy. Executocracy is a form of government where the president sees that the people should even be grateful to him for being their president. He rules maximally. He does what he wants. He behaves like Louis XIV of France, who in 1655 was so intoxicated, so inebriated with power, that he stood in front of parliament and declared imperiously, "L'état, c'est moi. I am the state." That is executocracy. We also practice legislatocracy. Legislatocracy is a form of government where we have 360 near idle members of the House of Representatives and 109 senators. All of them under the Constitution, sitting part-time. The Constitution allows each of them to sit for 6 months in a year, and that is enough.
All right, we'll listen to that very, very attentively, and it is just a story of how our leader story started, and this man is the lawyer, our big time lawyer, SAN Ohakume. He's telling us This man did not do anything. This man is looking for freedom. This man is a freedom fighter. Fighter in the sense that he's not carrying guns and bullets, no. He derived a way to do it, to fight his own freedom, and he's succeeding. Almost the same thing happened to Boko Haram. They were not violent when they started. But that is exactly what the government is pushing for. They want you to start killing yourself. You know, when they go to court, oh, IPOB is prescribed. And the stupid journalists we have in Nigeria, who are supposed to be investigative journalists, they're supposed to be able to ask themselves a question. Who prescribed them? How? Evil that men do lives after them. The evil keeps striving because, you know something, there are people that are looking at this evil and they are not talking. This is exactly what is going on. They went to court. Okay, this man is a thief, but you're going to give us time to come and prove that he's a thief. Now all the journalists are now calling him thief. They are supposed to know better. Come on, guys. One thing people have to realize is that the days of big grammar is over. A lot of people have gone to school. What we're testing now is not how educated you are, but how intelligent you are. Because you can't go out there and say prescribed IPOB. Prescribed. Who prescribed them? Were they legally prescribed? Was it done the proper way? It's just like Nnamdi Kanu. They were using the word arrested. They arrested him until this man, this lawyer, told them that no, this extraordinary rendition. Till today, the journalists are now finding it hard to change, to call it rendition. For them, originally it was arrested. Arrested. What do you call arrested? You kidnapped somebody, you brought him back. You, as a journalist, sitting on a TV station and talking to the world, you don't know the difference between kidnap and arrest? No, you're just being mischievous. But you know something? That is the evil that we're suffering. And that evil will never go away until you start speaking the truth. Only one man standing, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's the one that came out and said, no, you can't do this. He calls it by his name. He doesn't have a permanent friend. He doesn't want you. If you do good, you are good. If you fall on the wayside, he's going to castigate you either the same way. Oh, all that Parliament is insulting people. Why won't he insult you when you are stupid and foolish? When you see the truth and don't talk about it. You think when you wear the red cap that gives you wisdom. No. Education, yes. You are educated, but you know something? You are not smart. You are not. It's not how educated you are. You know, in those days growing up, we used to hear our parents, you know, talk about Zikism and all the isms and those things are not working anymore. Everybody has gone to school. You can't imagine you maybe in the 20s already having your master's degree and you are living in a community of where people, the educated ones, the highest is probably somebody who went to teachers training college. You come out, you speak English, everyone is carrying a dictionary to look at what you're speaking. Today is different. Everybody has gone to school. So what we're checking now, not how educated you are, but how intelligent you are. Because most of you are just there. The government says something that is wrong. Nobody, everybody's scared. And God just brought one man that God gave him this courage to come out and speak. To come out and speak the truth and say it exactly the way it is. They are hunting him up and down. They want to kill him. They want to castigate him. They want to destroy him. But you know something? He's under the guidance of the supernatural power. He's under the guidance of Chukwu Okike Abiama. You cannot stop him. There is no way you can stop Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What he's asking for is something that is worth asking for, and that's exactly what he will keep on asking for, regardless of. You can promise him whatever you want to promise him. But you know something? You are not going to change. The man had been released by your own court. You are still struggling. Even I struggle for. We are watching. The world, we are not the only people watching. The world is watching. Because we are holding it for you. There will come a time when you push and push and push. And when you get to the wall, when there's no way to push anymore, the person that you're pushing will come back at you. It's guaranteed. Also, so see a man on no. When you're planning, whatever you're planning, you see that you are failing, but you are still there struggling, you know, trying to do something out of it. No. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an honest and a truthful person that came up and said it exactly the way it is supposed to be. But you know something, you do not want to listen. You think that you can do it on your own way and do it just the way you think it's going to happen. No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't work like that. We know the truth when we see one, and the truth will always prevail, no matter how much you try to stop the truth. So what we are saying in a nutshell is that the truthful man is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every other thing you are saying, you're wasting your time. Ancha.
Mumahi mwokezi ikpeazụ ma nne ya nwodo okwu asị ka ọ bụ nke a ndị ji asị na-eri nri ebe ndị Fulani odibo nchi iwu osote onye isi n'obodo Nigeria ọ mgbe m nọ n'ụlọ ike ka m ga-etinye ha n'aka akwụkwọ si ha agaghị m emezi Biafra ọzọ unu bịa ka mgbara ụlọ odibo ka ndị ọzọ si agbara ha odibo ha rịọrọ m njụ nsị na aga m ahapụ nwere onwe m n'azọ kwee n'ihi ndị ya niile maka ọdịmma nke ha nwa na nke ụmụ ha ma nke ụmụ ha ga-abịa n'ihi na agwara m ha okwu m sị ha oge mgbe Zik a na-agwa Zik mgbe ọ na-eji ike na-akọwara Zik si ya na ebe ị na-aga n'ụzọ adịghị ya ọ na-efe isi kpakakpaka mba ọwụwa Naijiria ka anyị gaa n'ihu lekwa ọnọdụ anyị n'ụbọchị nke taa na-akọwakwara ndị ya sị ha ihe a Zik mere mgbe mbụ tinye anyị na ome anyị nọ n'ime ya n'ụbọchị nke taa ọkwa ihe inuwa na-eme ka ebe ụzọ ọrụ Nnamdi Kanu si na-eme ya na-emeju ya unu kọrọ m ka m ghọta na m sị mụ na arụghị ogwe nke abụọ gafere River Niger na unu ga-arụ okporo ụzọ unu ga-emezi ebe niile ebe ụmụaka na-agụ akwụkwọ ọ ga-emezi emezi ọma mma ụlọ ọgwụ a ga-arụzi ya arụzi a ga-enwe ọkụ mmiri ga na-agba ọ ga-adụ onye ihu na mma dụ onye azụ na mma kedu ụzọ m si mejọ ndị dị etu a asị m na ụzọ m si na-eme ya na ọ dịghị mma njọ ha sị ya mbụ ngwa agha onye mbara egbe onye mburu mma onye mbara ụta akwa sọsọ ozi ọma Chineke si mgbasa n'igwe okwu ka na-agbasa kezie ka o si metụta unu ọ bụ gịnị mere unu a na-asị ka akpọta Nnamdi Kanu ka egbuo ya ọha na eze na ndị gọvanọ ọ bụ gịnị mere ndị herdsmen na-egbusi ndị mmadụ n'ugwu Awụsa ndị gọvanọ ha n'ugwu Awụsa kpọbere ka abịa gbusie ha ịbụ na nugo na onye na-achị ugwu Awụsa gọvanọ pụtara sị ka egbusie ndị herdsmen unu nugo na onye Yoruba pụtara sị ka egbusie ndị OPC ọgwụ na sọsọ ndị Igbo n'ihi na unu na-agba leka kunu ga-agbara ndị Fulani odibo onye pụta sị ka agbara Fulani odibo nsị na mụ abụọ Nnamdi Kanu aga ma agbara Fulani odibo ha nwere akwụsị gbara mụ odibo.
That's right. I agree with you completely. This is a courageous man. This is a brave man. This is a man that is not to. So all you journalists, I'm talking to you this morning, especially those of you and the better, well, I wouldn't call stations particularly, but when I hear you say prescribed IPOB, are you not a fool? Who prescribed them? What's the system? So the government comes out and says something and you start echoing it. You people don't, you know, IPOB was not prescribed legally the way it is supposed to have been done. They didn't go to court and sit down and pass judgment and say we are prescribed. No, they went in there and they're telling government, you know something, these people, we need to prescribe them. We are going to bring evidence how we should prescribe them. Then they leave and they never came back. Then the journalists will pick it up and start amplifying it. Prescribed IPOB. Each time you say it, my stomach, it turns me in the stomach because you know you're lying. You are educated. You're supposed to be someone who said, now wait a minute. Who prescribed these people? These people have not gone to court. Officially, is that not be? That's why you fooled yourself when they went to kidnap him in Kenya. They kidnapped him in Kenya and brought him in. All the journalists, oh, Nnamdi Kanu have been arrested. Look at where you are. The court is now telling you that you are stupid, even yourself, calling him for saying that he was arrested. Ejimako came in for the first time in my life. I heard the word extraordinary rendition, and I don't know what. I'm not a lawyer, so even if I don't hear it, so what? Big deal. He came in and made it very clear, and the court stood with him. The court of the land said no. Now some of you are changing gradually. Do you have to wait for the court to tell you, as educated as you are, Mr. Journalist, to understand the truth? You didn't ask yourself a question. He's arrested. How did they arrest him? Did you ever ask that question? No, you never did. You were singing it. Even some of you idiots, because I was listening to one stupid, I don't know his name, but when I look at him, people like that, they're supposed to be, I don't know. He was saying, oh, he ran away. Nnamdi Kanu escaped. Oh, he eloped. You are bloody foolish idiot. And he's sitting down there. I'm not blaming him. I am blaming the journalist that brought him to his program. Because if you come to my program and you say a thing like that, right there I will tell you. If you want to walk out, please do. Don't be stupid. The man was kidnapped. All of you are crying that he was arrested. Oh, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. Okay. Now the court of the land now is now the one telling you that you're not right. You should be ashamed of yourself. And most of you are still using that word prescribed IPOB. Who prescribed them? How? When? When did they go to court? The government went to court and said, okay, we are going to come in back, and the case have been there. The IPOB sent, their lawyers wrote something and said, you know something? We want you to bring this case on. It's been there forever, because for them, it's only Nigeria that it didn't start today. I've been in the community where you take somebody that didn't do anything, just go there, give the police money, police will put the person in jail, and then you come back and raise your cap. I told Alok go me up. That's exactly what is going on. And then people will sing about it as being the right thing. You have locked him up for doing what? Nothing. They went and kidnapped the John Wayne or whatever. What movies they call John Wayne. You went to Kenya, you kidnapped this guy, you brought him back. You have journalists, people who are supposed to be journalists, people who are supposed to investigate things, people who are supposed to speak up. They are the voice of the people. They didn't ask you, how did you bring him? Oh, you arrested him. So did you go through the process of arresting him? No. And then they keep using the word separatist. That's what Hakim, our lawyer was saying. Separatists. You are trying to be free. And they're calling you separatists. And all the journalists will be singing that word separatist. They don't even pick their words. They pick, it's like what's happening in churches now, Pentecostal churches. When one person starts something, all of them will copy and do the same thing without asking any question. They call him separatists. How? Separate from where? The man is trying to be free, to free his people from bondage, to remove his people from slavery. You call him separatist. You're happy about it. You feel very comfortable because you're sitting down there with all your brain. You are so educated and everything, but you are still foolish. Most of you are educated. You went to school, but the school didn't go through you. You just went to college, went through school, never learned anything. Nnamdi Kanu is not the most educated person that I know. Not even anywhere close. But he's very consistent. His choice of words. You don't just jump in, they call me Dr. Ike, and then you just jump in and follow them. You're about a PhD, KOG with a doctor. You have to, certain questions you have to ask. Is it prescribed IPOB? Prescribed indigenous people? Who did? How? When was it done? So for all of you journalists out there, I watch your programs, I watch you on TV. The moment you start being silly, you are blocked. I don't go back to you. I don't. Because things are done in the proper way. If they went to court and got an injunction on something, legally the way they're supposed to do it, then it's okay. It sticks there. You don't go to court and tell somebody this woman is whatever you call her name, or that this man is this XYZ, and it's a temporary injunction. That's what they call it. That's the lawyer one. They give you that temporal thing to, it doesn't stick because there's time limit for it. It's a time thing, something that that's expired. You don't wait for it to expire. You don't even go back because you've dumped it, and because the people are singing it through the journalists, they are the ones that are carrying this story, not the man in the streets. The man in the streets, some of them don't even I don't know, the community, they might not even have listened to the news or anything, but they're depending on the journalists. They're depending on you that is on radio. They're depending on you who is on television, you who is on newspaper. That's where they depend. That's where they get their information. If you start singing the same song that somebody who is out there, a criminal, this criminal government, because that's what we have in Nigeria. They go out there, they use their influence as government to get something, and then you sing with it. And all you senators are sitting down, you're not saying anything. I listened to Autumn, and if I find that clip here, I'll add for you. He made something very remarkable. He said, I'm going to campaign, but let me warn you guys. I am not coming to talk about APC or PDP. I am coming to talk about you, the senators who see what is going on, and you don't say anything. That is it. That's proper campaign. All of you sit down there and close your mouth. Things are happening and you're not saying anything. Look at everybody running up and down, campaigning to become the president of the zoo or whatever. Nnamdi Kanu is locked illegally. None of them have all the guts to say, listen, let this man go. What did he do? No. And you are expecting the same people too, whom he is trying to save, because Nnamdi Kanu is not trying to save anybody in particular. He is saving you, me, every one of us. You go out there, you look at these people, you want to collect their vote to go back and continue enslaving them. And by the way, our son explained what slavery is all about. I love that story about holding a chicken and taking off the feathers, the wings and everything. The chicken is dying, then you give it food, it comes to eat, it forgets the punishment that you have given him. That's exactly what's happening to our people. They spend 8 years in suffering. Probably by the 7th year, they already started forgetting the suffering that they are suffering. And the same man that has been killing them will come back and start telling the beautiful stories, and all of them will obedient, articulate. These people are a bunch of... Why did we forget? What's wrong on their brain? 8 years. Out of that 8 years, 7 years will suffer for head. I'm telling you. The only last year that is left, they come back, the same people. To tell you how idiotic and how stupid you are, what they are regarding you as. If anybody have been in APC for the past 7 years, and somebody comes out to campaign with that same name, APC, if not, you are nothing. And a lot of you have already forgotten it. I'm telling you honestly, people are wonderful. They forget it so quickly. You will go back, you put him there, and he comes back again and continues suffering, and you'll be continuing shouting, you'll be continuing claiming, now wow, we'll not get light, now wow, we'll not get water, now wow. That's all to say. That's Nigeria. Now wow. Now wow is just, that's it, that's the end of it. You wonder why the world, the statistic that it took, they said the happiest people in the world are Nigerians. I'm telling you, I didn't make it up. It was said statistically that they said the happiest people. Because you are suffering and you're smiling. That's why. You suffer and smile. So why wouldn't you be classified as the happiest people? When you can suffer and you smile. Of course you are. Because if you want to talk about your rights, then you discover that you are supposed to be the people that are really not getting anything. It didn't start today. It started with Nnamdi Azikiwe. Somebody who wants to be a nationalist. You are struggling, you want to become, how would I describe it? You want to lead your people. Ordinary prison, you were threatened. Prison, how can I prison? Probably the prison you might be in London. You might be in prison in a place like what they call it, something Wood in London. I think that's their prison. That's what they call it. Because you are afraid to go there, you think that you will accept just anything. A ceremonial president. They give you uniform to wear with a badge, and then you forgot your people. Today we are suffering the same thing. Today is the same thing. The same British people that did the same thing to us made to our fathers. In those days, they are still trying to do the same.
Mrs.
Listen
Carol
to this
Smith, welcome
again,
to the program.
because
Thank you.
yesterday I did it.
May I say how
I'm doing it
delighted
again.
we are to be on Passion. We've looked forward to speaking to an African television station for
This is
decades.
Carol Smith
This is something we have
and
looked
Mrs.
forward
Carol
to
Smith.
for such a long time, and we are so happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the colonial office and posted to Nigeria. He took his final examination a year ahead of his class. He also married Mrs. Carol Smith, whom he met while they were both at Oxford University. Together they went to Nigeria, where they had their 2 children. Mr. Aaron Smith, you were featured in a program recently by BBC Radio 4,
Yes.
titled Document,
Yes.
and that was hosted by Mr. Mike Thompson.
Yes.
You are alleged that the British government rigged the first and most important election in the history of Nigeria in 1959 in favor of the North. Am I correct?
Yes.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
From 1955 to 1960. And we were based in Lagos. I was on the staff of the Department of Labour. I was largely occupied with employment problems, all the employment exchanges, and statistics, and international reports.
No home project is too big for Partner Rentals and
and was kept pretty busy. I was also stationed in Lagos in charge of the capital and the port. I was the port labour officer as well, and I also devised a port labour scheme and later a social security scheme, which was one of the first in Africa, which guaranteed workers some income after they'd finished work. It was a providence scheme. As I say, it was called the National Providence Scheme, and I was very proud to have put that on the statute book.
I was going to ask you what your role is. You've mentioned 3 important. Is there any particular name given to your office while you were there?
Just labour officer.
I was a labour officer, a senior civil servant.
Okay.
I only intended to stay in Lagos initially for 2 tours of duty. Although, because of this conflict with the elections, there were difficulties. Actually, government wouldn't let me leave the civil service. They were determined that I should stay in the civil service after my 2 tours. And I was offered very considerable incentives, including a knighthood, to stay and work for government. Primarily this was because I had access to state secrets. I learned, and the Governor General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. Even in '56, the Northern leaders were very proud and were saying, if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections. They might not join Nigeria, they might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive? There were no industries, there's not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And then it was, the Governor General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the east or the Yoruba in the west, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the 2 southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government, because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that, and talked about leaving the Federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing, and as I say, this was confirmed to me by the Governor-General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in.
You mentioned statistics, you were collecting figures. Yes. Is that for labor and unemployed people only, or general?
Primarily, but obviously my interest was in the population
of Nigeria.
Yes, and Awolowo, the Yoruba leader of the action group, yep, and Chief Enaharo, they too, other people were saying, where are all these millions of people in the North? Where are they? We're going up there to campaign. We want to know, And you see all these, thousands of miles of not very developed countryside, and yet the Northerners are claiming that their voting registration figures are larger than in the South, larger, far more people up there. Well, actually, if you went through the Igbo land, Enugu and that, you saw lots and lots of people. If you went to Ibadan, again, Ibadan teeming with millions of people, but we didn't actually see many Northerners, and obviously not many Northerners at that time came to Lagos. So this did arouse suspicion. Now, the Europeans, not stupid, we are watching what's going on in Nigeria, and we too are beginning to feel there's something not quite right here, that maybe the elections are not going to be as straightforward as they're meant to be. Nigeria was being described as the showcase of democracy, and it was expected that the nationalist leaders would win through. But actually, when the election results were announced by the Governor-General, before the vote was even in, he didn't vote, didn't count for that, he didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British were counting the votes.
Yeah.
And the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends. Loyalty is the big thing for the British. And we were friends with the emirs of the North. We looked on people like Enaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That's ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was a...
Yes. Why I'm airing this and keep on airing it for those who didn't hear it before. Our problem, the British, they have always been our problem. They will continue being our problem until we decide truthfully to get away from these people. They are not giving up. No. You think Peter Obi is going to fix Nigeria? No. They put him there. They supported him. He declared his candidacy from there right in front of 10 Downing Street. And 10 Downing Street, the last time I checked, is the seat of the government of Great Britain. That's where they are. We are fooling ourselves with these people, and will never let us go. It's like what our son just said this day. A chicken with all the feathers removed, and the man who is killing the chicken gives him food, he comes back to eat. How dare you think that you want to save Nigeria? You think that the best place to declare your candidacy is in Britain? The same people, listen to this. This is a man that was in office in 1955. Harold Smith is the one talking. This has nothing to do with us. This is not that we are saying. He's an eyewitness. It's a record of what goes on there. The British, they have friends in the North. These people are their people. So you know something? We can't leave power to the South. No. Because they will go away from the Federation. What thing concerns us? If you want to go, let them go. Tell the truth. They didn't do that. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, all the nationalists. Awolowo struggled to be president of Nigeria until he went to his grave. He never was. Nnamdi Azikiwe was only threatened, because the national scheme that we're trying, we see you're taking money from there, you could go to prison. He got scared. Nationalist, fighting for his people. Whoever does that, you went underground because of a threat of you don't want to go to jail. Just you went underground. Very simple logic that has led us to where we are today.
Bills were announced by the Governor General before the vote was even in.
And he said that.
He didn't vote, didn't count for that, he didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British were counting the votes. And the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends.
Britain is telling you that British cannot be trusted.
It's a big thing for the British.
Yeah.
And we were friends with the emirs of the north. We looked on people like Inaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That was ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was a sort of thing that was being said. And we were, Europeans, were getting a bit worried about all this. It wasn't quite the honest, straightforward election that we were hoping for.
Yeah.
Apart from Professor Anderson and Dr. Patrick Wilmot that supported your submission on the rigged election, there were other people who also served in the colonial office in your days. I mean, who were opposed to this submission?
Initially, I was warned of what was going on by my senior officer, a Major Bunker. I didn't know, and I knew that the Governor General had directed me to take all the office staff of the Ministry of Labour to help Chief Okoti Igbo in politicking in Warri. And this was most irregular, and I refused to do this. Having refused an order, I know what the drill is. You resign. I resign my post. That is the proper thing to do. What they did then was rather devious. They persuaded me to withdraw my resignation, and when I did, they sacked me. It didn't go through, but I thought it was a bit low after I'd resigned.
This is
was
British
to leave
for
the
you,
country.
British man,
This was
British man.
Not very nice
that way,
behaviour. They later withdrew this and said that I had been of some service to the state, and actually commended me for what I had done, and said I could leave Nigeria with splendid testimonials, and we shook hands on this. And this was done with the recognition of the Deputy Governor General, Sir Ralph Grey. And then I left Nigeria the first time and took up a job as a personnel officer, a very big job, with the Esso refinery. And then government came after me, declared that I was a traitor, and I had betrayed the British people, ought to be imprisoned, and I lost that job. And then they came to me again and said it's all been a big mistake, dreadful mistake. I'm a jolly decent chap, Oxford chap, and they put me on a plane straight back to Nigeria, where I'd make up for the time I'd been away. There was a great deal of good work for me to do, and we fell for this. We shouldn't have gone back, but we did.
Now, if you recall what you said about the role of the Governor General and the attitude of the British government in particular, regarding the fear that Awolowo, Okoti Igbo, and the lot of them from the south are dangerous, is there a particular reason? Why the fear from the British government? Is it that they don't want to release or relinquish Nigeria? They still want to control Nigeria?
They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the North didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do. This was cheap and low and criminal. And I opposed it. And I opposed it then, and I've opposed it ever since. And I'm telling you the truth. And I was warned, if I told you this state secret, my life could be forfeit.
Earlier on, you said the British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos. But without which they can't do it rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe,
okay,
from the east.
Sabo Igbo man.
Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this. The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries,
about medal.
Perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible.
I'm telling you honestly.
It was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power. the Prime Minister, Balewa, gives us our orders. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble.
All right, let's open up our lines. This is ridiculous, I'm telling you. The man had your medal. You know, they put him on suit and give him honor. The president, he had no medals. He didn't know how to get the medal. Now the ambassadors are coming and he's begging them, can I have a medal? Tell me what that has to do with this life of your people. Today, as we speak, the same problem is what is going on. Chineke's is that we have somebody called Mazi Nnamdi, whom I think either divine providence or that this is the way Chineke Chukwu make this thing happen. Otherwise, tell me what, or when you look at all this, you discover that that man was afraid of going to jail. They call him nationalist. Nationalist in that way with Jenga. When you know that when you go to jail, there are people, in fact, people who are suppressed are there. That's where you start making your friends. That's where your head will cool. They will let you go. But today, because of that one single mistake, look at the situation that we find ourselves. They blackmailed him. They know. The British blackmailed him. They made sure that they know he's scared of prison. Look at the way he described Awolowo. He cannot make deal with Awolowo. It's not possible. That's my frater. That's what we're thought. You can't. Nnamdi Azikiwe just went in there and fell victim to these British people, and they used him, put him in prison. The trouble that we have today is the same reason of that one single mistake. Nnamdi Kanu has told us. They met him in prison, asking him to sign. Oh, not gonna prison already, so sign. If you can sign, and this will help us be with us, support what we are doing, and they will let you go. He said, no, you either kill me and make me sign anything. That's how we knew. I told you. I was not a member of IPUB. I was listening to him for a long time until he got arrested. And when he got arrested, he stayed there. I said, okay. Because I know the bargain, the game is already over. Because if this man can be there this long, then it means they have offered him something. Anybody, a fool, can go and say, hey, well, are you there when they offered him? Yeah, you were not there. You don't need to be there to know when somebody is speaking the truth. Because when the man is such a pain in your ass, and you get him arrested and you think you're going to let him stay there. No, you make your offer. How much do you want? What do I give you to end this carnage? And the man said, no, I don't want anything. I want Biafra. I want all the roots fixed. I want this, that. I want this, that. They want to kill him. Because the British, they know the game. That's the game that they have been playing all their life, and they will keep on playing it. There is nothing anybody can do to stop what we are doing. We are very happy that Chukwu Okike Abiama has finally remembered us. Because this is like God have just remembered us to say, okay, you know something, I'm going to give you people a chance. I'm going to let you, I'm going to allow you to, to be something and to be somebody. So I'm going to give you a leader, just like God gave the Israelites Moses. He came in there, nobody wanted to listen to him. But in the end, they got their independence. So we are going to get ours. Ours is already on the, in fact, it's like somebody who's taking a trip is at the door now with his knuckles ready to hit the door and say, hey, open up, here I am. That's exactly what it is. Our lines are open at 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. Please call us and tell us what you think about what we are saying this morning. You don't have to call because you want to call, but just call, go straight to the point, and allow other people the chance to come in and air their views too also. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. The lines are open for you.
Think come is the prince, I don't come again,
And it sounds the beating.
Oh, come is the success. And the microphone. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. need is a referendum. All we 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 need is a referendum. Tell me what to do, tell me what you do, tell me what you see, tell me what you see, tell me what you know. All we talking about the referendum.
All right, while we wait for you to make your calls, I'm going to go to Autumn because I said something this morning that he said that's very remarkable. He said, I'm going to campaign, but all of you sitting down there thinking that I'm going to campaign and talk about APC or PDP. No, I'm going to talk about you senators who are saying the truth and you're not saying anything. You're keeping quiet because you're afraid or you're just being mischievous. This is exactly what is happening in Biafra land. The people that are supposed to speak, they are not speaking. They're quiet. In fact, somebody goes to the TV house and you are interviewing the person and you go, I heard you are a member of the proscribed indigenous people. Just get up from there and tell the person F you and walk away. Because you don't call us proscribed, we're not proscribed. Nobody proscribed us, nobody did. They went to court, did a kangaroo thing, come out, and you the journalist, you are the one singing the song, knowing the truth, and you are not able to say it. I use the word Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They abducted him. They kidnapped him in Kenya and brought him in. All the journalists are saying, oh, Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested. None of you went to ask them, how did you arrest him? How did you bring him in here? Now the appeal court has made a fool of all of you. And that's how it's going to continue. This IPOB that you keep on calling prescribe. Very soon you'll be ashamed that you did say that. Because there was no need for that. Nobody prescribed anybody. If they go to court and sought a temporal injunction, that's what they call the injunction. Injunction means you are coming in to prove that what you're saying is right. They went in there, they dropped it in, and that's it. Because they want to calm us down, they want to stop us from protest. You could have been better off leaving us to protest peacefully the way we do with our flag, waving our flag and singing our song. But when you push us to a point of going underground and you want us to come out violently, whatever you see, whatever you want, that's what you will get. Let's listen to Autumn. So for those of you who are not able to speak up, especially in our land, this is just for you. I want you to listen.
I hear said you don't come here to rig any election. If you come here to rig any election, we finish it. We are not going to accept anything. Do the right thing. We are not competing. We don't do them. All of us who are here, all of us who are contesting, do the right thing. And that is why we have brought out the most transparent, free and fair primaries. My challenge with my colleagues in the PDP is you people are not working. You allow me to be talking alone. Every one of you should talk. I accuse you, the National Assembly people, including Susan and every other person. You people are how can people be killed in your local government, in your constituency, and you don't talk about it?
Okay.
You know those who are killing those people and you're telling me. And when Atiku Abubakar go and accuse me in Kanu and profile me to be killed by Fulani people, and you have kept quiet, that is my annoyance with you. What is it? You are the real enemies. If not, then people should tell me to hands up. Let me forget about talking about Fulani who are killing us here. Who are the people? 18 people in my local government. Just this week. Today is Sunday. 18 people killed. These are my kinsmen in Yeruwata here. Who are killed? So you keep quiet, I'm the only one talking, and you're not talking, and you think in Ukum they will kill people, and Badu will keep quiet. In Logo they will kill people, and Susan will keep quiet. In another place they will kill, and you will keep quiet in Guma. Where Mzari is representing, they kill, and he's keeping quiet. And when I talk, they profile me that I'm against Fulani people, and it's Fulani people that are killing people. What kind of a thing is that? I'm going to attack you. No, forget about it. Whether I'm contesting senator, I don't care whether I become senator or not. I've never been a senator, so I don't know how they make senators. I don't care about that. From tomorrow, I'm telling you, I'm going to deal with you. I'm not going to deal with APC. I'm dealing with PDP who are in the Senate, who are in House of Reps, who are in House of Assembly, and I'm not saying anything. That is the person I will face. Yes. Let us see where you land. I'm telling you this because if I start speaking tomorrow, let it not be that I'm starting with them. I'm starting with this night. You can't intimidate me and keep me. I have a mandate of my people to talk about these killings that are going on. How am I elected as governor to be presiding over dead people? You people should be telling our people to arm themselves. You should buy weapons for our people. I'm not afraid again. I've asked for the federal government to give me weapons. License, not give me weapons, license. They have refused to give me. You people, you are House of Reps, House of Assembly holder, should be providing weapons for these people. You have refused to do that. I'm turning my venom, not to Atiku, not to Buhari. I'm not talking about Buhari again. I'm turning my venom on all of you here who are romancing with Buhari and making this thing.
That is correct. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This is what the same thing. They see evil and they don't talk. They keep quiet. Nnamdi Kanu is the one talking, and they are the ones that are trying. They are the same people that are trying to castigate him. They're trying to destroy him. They're trying to do all kinds of things to him. But Chukwa Mekwe, because we know that he's on the right path. He's standing on the right path, and truth will always destroy. Light, darkness is nothing. That is just the absence of light. There's no way you can do anything to this man called Mazi Iyke. He is ordained for the job, and he will keep on doing this job, doing it very, very well, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name. Caller on Principal Officer's line. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here. Yeah, caller, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Am I coming up now?
Yes, you are. Good morning. Welcome to the program.
Okay. Good morning, veteran. Good morning, Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name is Ifeanyi Chukwumoda Abuchi, and I'm coming from the Netherlands. You see, my brother, what you are talking about, many things you touched. But let's go to these journalists. Who are they're supposed to be learned, at least being good with words, especially in Nigerian setting. You have to know English before you are taken as a journalist, because English is supposed to be the national language. And so, like you said, these people are being plain and simple mischievous. You cannot tell me you are afraid if the kitchen is too hot, you get the hell out of there. If you are if you are a journalist in Nigeria or any place in the world, and things are, you are supposed to report the news, report what is happening, and then you can comment as a human being, give your opinion. But your primary duty is to report what is happening, and not to quote it. They are prescribed. Who prescribed who? Since 2015, IPOB is supposed to be prescribed. They went to the judge in nocturnally, and Nicodemusically in the night in the room with the judge, and get an injunction to prescribe IPOB. Okay. Since 2015, IPOB legal team have been fighting to bring that case to court. And the federal government is still running away from that court to come and tell them why and how IPOB should be prescribed. And journalists who are supposed to work their shot cannot say that this is not right. And there's no member of Senate that can say that this not is right. And the member of House of Assembly cannot say that this is not right. What kind of a country is that? and they call democracy, and we're defending democracy. What kind of democracy is that? And even VOA, Voice of America, is wallowing in the mud and in the shit like the Nigerian press. VOA is now calling us separatists. Somebody killed in Imo State by the state treasurer was killed by the Bubago and the Bubago, and VOA said it is the prescribed, alleged prescribed. These are people of Biafra, IPOB. They called our name, they put the whole crime on us, and they said they alleged. Why can't you make a report that police is investigating the killing of a person? Don't say that alleged to one person or the other, because once you say alleged this man or the other man, some people will conclude that the people did it. But VOA is doing the work of BBC and CAN, and then the Nigerian press. They are in the same shit. They are in the same pit of shit. They are in the same. They're doing the job of what they call inducement, or they call it lobbying. But that is a plain and simple bribery. They bribe them to print and comment shit, but we don't care. We know where we are going. We know what we are doing, and people know what we are doing. People of goodwill know what we are doing. We are not violent. We are not killing anybody. We are not taking anybody. We want freedom. It's not a crime. And now, according to British, Harold, Harold Smith, the old colonial office worker. That man is saying the truth. That man is saying what we know, that you cannot have a multiplicity of people in the desert, arid place, and then we come to the coast of the Atlantic, on where the river line and rainforest and mangrove forest, and then we have minor people. Britain increased the number of the North from 32 to 55 million, so that then we get the numerosity of House of Reps and Senate, and then they are taking over the governance of the place will be justified, albeit falsely, by the number. So we know what they're doing, and what is happening today. Britain of those days is still the same thing, and these are the people who brought Christianity to us. And even then, while they were busy baptizing us and teaching us Christianity, they are the friends with the enemy of the North. They want to hand the leadership of the contraption called Nigeria to people who really want independence. Yeah. While the people like Nnamdi and Obafemi Awolowo, who were the primary nationalists who fought for independence, were relegated at the background. And at the same time, is how the British jailed the what is his name? This man of Otobo, Jaja of Otobo, because so he was fighting for his right, and he don't want to be colonized. They jailed him in their boats, come to negotiate with us in our ship, so there will be peace. And by the way, when you are coming, don't come with your army. King Chacha was going in good faith to negotiate with them. They jailed him from there. That is the same jailing they jailed King Jaja for fighting for his people. That's the same jailing that Britain contrived and conspired, plotted to jail our leader with Kenya and Nigeria. It is the work of Britain. Otherwise, what have Britain done and said to release our leader? Who is fleeing who? Shame on anybody that sees what is going on in Nigeria, but for only crumbs and peanuts you are getting, you don't know that freedom and the liberation of your people is the final and the lasting solution to the injustice, to the killings, to the persecution, to humiliation that we are going through in Nigeria. Nothing will solve it except the independence of the sovereign republic of Nigeria. May God help us to get that. In the name of Chukwu Kagama. Thank you, my brother. Have a nice day.
And you to take care. And I thought you mean to say the sovereign state of Biafra. Probably that's what you wanted to say, and you slipped your tongue. All right, caller, good morning. Let me take another one. Caller from WhatsApp. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here.
Mazi Iyke, Peter, my name is Kingsley Osriwo. Am I coming out?
Loud and clear, sir. Good morning. Welcome to the program, Kingsley.
Thank you very much. May God bless you, sir. I'm calling from Morocco. My dear brother, the last caller, I mean, you said it clear. God bless you too. My dear brother, you want to prescribe a victim. Why? You want to prescribe a victim. Why did you stay? Why did he run? Why can't you stay for him to die? Then you have already go to the big court. What did he tell you here? Discharging acquitted. Even the judge cannot even go to his village without escort. Even with escort, it's not guaranteed. My dear brother, what are we talking about? Take it to the screen. You are going scot-free in that zone, oh Nigeria, nobody. My dear, that man now you are talking about harassment now. This man now is he finished from Cambridge. Then since then the independence happened there, which cannot will. There is no any person that rule that country that come from that Cambridge again. There you see a Shitima and all those people, all this, and we don't know. Which Fulani man can you compare with Ngozi Okejiwa or Dora Akeyere? I think this is why they are telling Obi for him to go disgracing himself. Is it not very simple for him to fight way to go home? Because if you don't know who we are, we IPOB, my dear, this is boring us because it's beating, it's finished. Man, he's panicking, man. I don't know how to feel it. These people have already been into their circle of mind. Okay, calling themselves, even they are practicing the religion. Today is a Muslim here in Morocco. The children go to school, and after the school, they take them to the mosque. You see the environment to look very good. Which type of Muslim are they practicing there? How many of them have we seen in that British or American that become somebody that we are going to be followed? Absolutely nobody. But they are in power. For over years, no electricity, no good road. Till today. And the person that says enough is enough. Instead of him to be walk on the street, got killed. Let him, he remember where he come from. He's going, he want to force him to remain with you by force. With your way of life, it's unfair. Keep it on, Mazi. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Never relent. We are heading there. Oh, hey, Biafra.
Oh, hey, Biafra. Thank you very much. All right. Like I said before, the Harold Wilson has made us understand there is something that some of us know anyway, because our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, has educated us on that the British is the root cause of our problem. This is a British man saying it. I'm not the one that said it. He was there live, high witness. It's an old tape. It's telling us what happened, how they falsified, how they threatened Nnamdi Azikiwe that he could go to prison, and that one, Napu, Yiliwe Court. Yiliwe Court without become a president that has no president without a portfolio. Let me see who's calling. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Caller, good morning. Your line is open. Are you not talking? You say call couldn't connect. I don't know why. So that's what my phone is telling me, that it could not connect your call. So you have to call us back if you're still ready to talk. Let me take another one on Principal Officer's line. Good morning. Tell us your name. Please turn down your listening device. Turn down your listening device, please. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
So Mazi Iyke, good afternoon to you from here, Mazi, and good morning to you from the side. My name is Desmond, and I'm calling from Italy, Mazi. Mazi, I want to thank you for your good work, and I want to say the lecture of our son Mike Ezekome talking about trying to make people understand what is separatist and self-determination, and making it very clear that it is recognized by the whole world. Self-determination is recognized by the whole world, and this is what IPOB and our leader represent. We want to be free. We want to determine our national status quo, which is our right, and nobody can take it away from us, not even by the force of arm or the barbarism of Nigeria. We are going to fight till we are free as a people. Now, Mazi, I also want to comment on the Voice of America. I saw what they wrote. I don't really know. I found it difficult. I read what the Voice of America wrote about the killing in Osu Hitukwa, about the killing of the Eze. But what I don't understand is how they get their information, because I thought Voice of America is supposed to be a reputable news agency or whatever in their court, but sometimes they still come out to behave like these black people, because when our leaders say Ndi Shoji, you know, so because I know most of the people that control Voice of America are black people, if I'm not mistaken. You know, they cannot write such rubbish about us and we'll be quiet. And I thank God for the press release of IPOB, which has come out, which is out, and which has debunked what they wrote, and also explain how Hope Uzodinma has been killing people since Voice of America doesn't know. What we want is Voice of America have to retract their article about IPOB ESN, and they have to write the right thing, or we are going to do to them what we did to BBC. We'll be getting their numbers and we'll be calling them to educate them on what is going on in Imo State, since they've gone like that, because such thing is will not allow anybody to blackmail us in that way, and of course not Voice of America. Having said that, Mazi, I would like to encourage our people to continue to support ESN, because we have to defend the land of Biafra. It doesn't matter what the enemy does, it doesn't matter what they are doing, it doesn't matter their techniques. All we know is to defend the land of Biafra, and this is the time we must do so, because it's a very, very critical time. Look at the kidnappings going on in Enugu, in Calabar, in Abia, in Imo, everywhere in Biafra land. That is, Fulani are kidnapping. They operate freely. Just yesterday, Fulani herdsmen dumped, the Nigerian military dumped weapons for Fulani herdsmen in Ko camp in Enugu. And you know, last time they dumped their terrorists there. And yesterday night, by 4 in the early morning yesterday, 17th of November 2022, they were dumping arms for them in that camp in Enugu there. And we are seeing all these things, and we are letting the world to know about it. And we can see their work all over Biafra land. So our people have to rise up and support ESN. So I'll be giving out our numbers for our people in Italy and also our people in America to call, and they will be directed on the appropriate channel to support ESN, because when you're supporting ESN, you have to do that through the means that is approved by HODDOS. Now, if you're a Biafran, you find yourself in Italy or groups of Biafran that are affiliated to Igbo, and we urge you and we encourage you to support ESN, and to do so, we have these numbers from IPOB National Body of Italy, signed by IPOB National Coordinator, and when you call, you'll be directed on the appropriate channel to support ESN. Biafrans in Italy, please. This is the end of the year, and people are having different ways and their plans to support ESN. So, if you're Biafran, you're in Italy, you call +39 35100 46055. This is IPOB National Coordinator number in Italy, and the second one is +39 371 3044902. This is IPOB National PRO number in Italy. If you call, you will be directed on the appropriate channel to support ESN. Please, we need this support. Our people must rise up now. This is the time. And for Biafrans in America, we also have Dr. Tina, known as Dr. Money for You. The number is +1 682 552 3333. I'll call again, +1 682 552 3333. Dr. Tina, known as Dr. Money, you call her, she will direct you on the appropriate channel to support ESN. Biafran, you are in the continent of America. This is the time we have to show the love for our people, to protect them, to defend our land, and to take our freedom. Our people must rise up. Unconditional release of our leader and a referendum, because we are not stopping until freedom is achieved. Thank you, Mazi Iyke, and Chukwuabiama bless you from here.
Hey, Don Prince Victor, Ibowe Mado, Anyabegun, Biafra Deje, no, Obia, Ije, freedom, na udoka inario, Anyatoni hip hop baramenu, Aye bundi Biafra, bundi judo naga, obisi, makilo makeju na jaganu, Oga de kwa rai na ma. Omo Biafra tekene Biafra na tako Ibowe madu no Ibowe madu na tako Omo Biafra de Biafra na tako Ibowe madu na tako Eji megu mekene Chifu Nnamdi Otogwo ga dele Oye si no
Name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here.
Good afternoon from here, Mazi Iyke, our professor, our veterans.
Good morning.
My name remains Mazi Iyke. I'm from Enugu province, as I reside in Abakaliki province. Mazi Iyke, appreciate Chukwuabiama for giving us a true leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwuabiama, the God of our land, the God of our ancestors, protect our leader, protect him, guide him, save him from the hand of evil terrorists called Nigeria and British, because we know that the British are the mastermind everything that happening in our land. Chukwuabiama, bless our leaders, DOS, Eastern Security Network, and all the three Biafrans and our radio presenters. Chukwuabiama, guide us and give us more strength, more knowledge to know that we are slaves in the one Nigeria. Elohim, guide everybody, especially in our land. In the name of Chukwuabiama. Isa. Mazi, you know, one thing about us, because we as people, they kill us and they suppress us from day one. See all these journalists that collecting blank envelope, you know, we all know all of them. Some of them are our brothers. But when you meet them and ask them, why you people are lying and reporting fake something against your own people? The answer will reply to you, they will say, if they don't do it like that, they will not be paying them and their children will be hungry. Just look at how they make us to look like. Because they are always reporting against us in favor of those evil people, reporting against evil people that is destroying us. Chukwuabiama will destroy all of them. Mazi, you know, our people should rise up. What we are seeing in Biafra land is something that's hurting even animals. Know that we are being subjected to destroy even animals. Because when you see how we are moving, how these people are killing us. The problem we thank for anybody, especially Autumn. Autumn stand up and speak like a man. That is a man. As if these evil politicians in our land, they are supposed to supporting him from that place that we pick up, speak like a man. But no, everybody is seeking another 4 years because they know that it's Fulani are the one that giving them that ticket. You see, that is why we are here destroying.
All right. Unfortunately, your line stopped, and I don't know. All right, because we don't have time. Some other people can make their calls now. If your line stops, it's not my fault. It's just the line that you're using, because I have a dedicated line for WhatsApp, and you have to use that if you want your call to be true. Caller, good morning. Caller on Principal Officer's line. Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good afternoon to you, Mazi Iyke. Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome to the program.
Greetings to you, my beloved brothers and sisters. Chukwuabiama is our strength. it will keep us moving forward. My name is Hugo. I am calling from land, the blessed land of Biafra. Mazi, yes. I will bless you for saying this, for helping the useless, evil, brown envelope journalists in the zoo to know that this work that they are doing is a vile work, is a work of iniquity, a work of devil that is going to return back to them in a short time to come. There is a particular radio station, about 2 of them, but one particularly in Enugu province. When that particular evil journalist, when you want to give a report about concerning IPOB, you will say they proscribe indigenous people of Biafra. A particular day, our brothers decided to call him and ask him live on his program, why is it that you, a particular person, you come from this our land, you are our brother, you are the only one that carry this in your head. Every time you want to read about IPOB, you call it proscribe. Are you the one that prescribed IPOB? This is a question that was thrown to one of the useless zoo journalists. And he said that a court, and our brother is talking to him that they say that court have never called IPOB proscribed. That even international community, other part of the world that IPOB is existing, have never seen IPOB and prescribed IPOB. IPOB is not a terrorist. It is only the zoo, the zoological republic country, a place where the devil is living in a planet Earth, that call IPOB terrorists, because they are the ones terrorizing the whole entire world, and you know it. And we are supporting these people. That is the only time you hear about Nnamdi Kanu. This is exactly the question that our brother asked this idiot. And this will go to every one of them that continue to do this evil work. We are telling them that we are here to continue to promote the truth. We are the children of light, and we can never give up on this side of the truth that we are. Our leader, Mazi Iyke, we are demanding for the unconditional release, just as the appeal court said that this man is innocent. You are free to go. And the useless zoo evildoers who call themselves rulers, because in the zoo there is no leader, Malami and the rest of the southeast governors, they say that they will not allow Nnamdi Kanu to go. We are telling them that if they like it or not, they must obey before complain. If they want them to continue with the IPOB going to court, they must listen to what the court said, because we remember last time that their president internet, the person that is claiming to be their president, said that it is court that will decide, that court is going to decide what will happen. And the court has finally decided, and the Malami and the Southeast governors refuse to obey. We are telling them that they must obey. Mazi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much for your call. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. Whether they like it or not, like I said before, but this one will never because we'll keep talking about it and we will never stop talking about it. They prescribed our leader. They renditioned him. The court did not prescribe him. The people went to court. The court never took a decision. They were still waiting for them for the past 6 or 7 years. 2015 was when they went there and they said, we're going to come in 2 weeks to prove to you, but now they have not gone. And all the journalists, they are the ones I'm blaming, because they are the ones singing the song. For them, singing evil gives them very good in their stomach. It makes them feel very good. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Alozie. I'm calling from France.
Good morning. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. What I'm trying to say for my own portal is that whenever a president is a madman, the country is in the rest. And wherever the president is dead, the people that is inside there have no direction, and they have no plan where they can able to head for. And also, when they face going on in the country. Nobody can secure that country. And there always be a disaster that's going on in that place. I'm trying to say in the few minutes I'm going to stay with you. The Malami is beating the drum of war. And we Biafrans, actually, are not going to dance with him. Rather, we are going to use our strategy to handle him because he's a mad dog. And if you're a mad dog, you know how to handle a mad dog. And the experience will change. Biafrans, keep watching and everything will be in order. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. Thank you very much. All right, thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We're still taking calls. Let me see. I have 10 more minutes to go on the program. So whoever is lucky to come in at this time, please, when you come in, just make sure that you go straight to the point. Take few minutes and allow others to come in. So the journalists we are talking about today, they are the ones that are creating this problem for us. They are the ones speculating the wrong news, giving people the wrong impression. Yeah, just ridiculously. The court is proving it to you that you are foolish and stupid, actually. Because if they can go to Kenya to abduct our leader, to kidnap him, the John Wayne way, and then all of you are saying, oh, Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested. There's a difference between arrest and there's a difference between kidnapping. They kidnapped him, and when they kidnap him, he's kidnapped. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good afternoon from here.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, my big brother, Mazi Iyke. I salute you for the good job that you are doing. As it is, our brother will go calling from UK.
Welcome to the
I salute him. I say, my God, I protect him. All the HOD and DOS, I salute you. Biafrans all over the whole world, the principal officers, I salute you. Mazi,
yes.
If there is anything, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Go ahead.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say we didn't give up. And I want to use the opportunity to tell Biafrans and our Mazi Abanyum is listening. Get us the number of the Voice of America. This is a bunch of criminals. Biafrans, don't be afraid to talk to anybody, any idiot standing in our way. Get us their number and let's give them the treatment of IPOB. That station will close down, just like we will put them to shame, just like we put BBC to shame. Are you aware that even some countries don't allow BBC to broadcast in their content? This is what Biafrans don't even know. They chase them. They are now in and Mazi, you see that tape of that man you play. When we tell our people that to do this British government to engineer the coup and target the coup, everything now is not coming out.
Yes.
Slowly. Yeah, which is why we say that the North don't want freedom, that they don't want Britain to go. How they look at it? Oh, let's make it that way, and British give them the power. And now they have the power. That is why, if you look at it from what that one says, that is what engineer Ahmad Bello to come out and yap and say that this new nation. After the independent, he said that he did not want. He now come out and say this new nation belongs to their forefathers, and they must gladly do everything and to protect it, and they did it.
Yeah.
Now, everybody now will understand that the British government then are responsible for the coup. It's all obvious now that everybody are beginning to see it. When our leader said that one day they will still come out and confess. But my point is this: all these politicians in Biafra land, and I am standing here to tell you that the whole process of them is behind this Voice of America. Take it to the bank, you will cash it. It's a 419, and these are the things he loves to do more better. Somebody who did not win an election, he's not even ashamed of himself. Nobody voted for you, and then Fulani put you there to be killing him alive. And it's not like Fulani are hiding it. Adamu Garuba said it, pop and plain, that we Kopu Sodoma is doing what they asked him to do. That he's doing what we asked him to do. And he's doing it. Killing our people, burning their properties, burning their houses,
and hope this Obama think after he leave that Ikoto house, and he think after leaving Ikoto house, he think they will crown him, and what he'll be gallivanting about, and they think the people you kill their children and their mothers and their sisters and their families before their hand. Those are bunch of people. Ekwemadu today. Let me tell you what is before Ekwemadu situation today is what we call Ofunogu. Do you know why? Because Ekwemadu is responsible for what you see is happening today. He was one who engineered the kidnap of Mazi Iyke, and just money for these criminals all over the Europe that are coming to think that they can tarnish the image of IPOB in social media, but they have failed. One dwarf that we don't know where he came from said that Mazi tell him to hand him IPOB control. Mazi, did you believe this? A dwarf, one teaching that we don't even know where he came from. It's a slap to the lowest coordinator of IPOB in Biafra land. It's a slap that this dwarf come out as even utter IPOB that he didn't even know how much that we protest all over the street of Europe, go to evangelism, telling people look at what we are passing through, and somewhere one organizer somewhere that have been gallivanting in Europe, nowhere you have coming up and been telling us that Mazi told them to handle their affair of IPOB. That shows you that they know where Mazi was before they kidnapped him. They know, because it was arrangement with them and the Ekwemadu. But all I'm telling the whole world, if Biafra did not come, we will destroy everything destroyable. Anything that come across our way, these politicians in Biafra land, all one went down. It's just a matter of time. All over here, where is Ekwemadu today? Where is Ekwemadu? Oh, Ogu, director Chichile, Mazi Nnamdi Chichile, today. You make of what you are seeing today. And I'm standing here to tell my Biafrans all over the whole world, don't be afraid of any threat that stand on the way. Don't be afraid. I am not afraid. Either instead of Biafra not to come, are you good members with this colonies? You can see what I'm speaking. Even telling me his own people that those people are senators and House of Lumber and blah blah blah. That if you are not going to speak today, you will be my enemy from you. How many of these politicians, all these local governments that are representing us, that watch their people being killed, watch the Fulani adopt their people, watch all these rapists, before Mazi ask them to come security, they say, no, Mazi, come security to defend our families, our mothers, defend our land. It's still the same politicians, the same one politicians that go to the north and ask them to bring army to be chasing our members that are responsible to guide our land. It's the same politicians. The same politicians. Politicians are go be hero. I can declare one of them go be hero. Freedom. Now everybody Japanese are we must anything. Don't forget if they lack leather colors terrorists. Biafrans is thank you for giving me some.
All right, Lalo, thank you so much. All right, this is Radio Biafra. We already come to the end of today's program. Fortunately, really, there are some people who still want to make calls, but unfortunately, I cannot take any more calls at this time. We're done for the day, but stay tuned. Mazi Alozie is coming. Radio Biafra, like I told you, always say, it's on 247. There's always somebody out there broadcasting, and if you have the opportunity, whatever question you think you want to direct to this station, please do so. Call whoever is there and give them the question. Believe me, trust me, they are all professors. They'll be able to answer your question intelligently. They have answer to most of the questions. That's why we have an open line for you to make your calls. And from me, let me remind you one thing. That one thing is that Biafra for us is our religion. And on Radio Biafra, that's what we worship. Stay tuned, don't go away, because Mazi Alozie USA 1 is next. Now somebody is trying to call me, and this person I've been calling and calling and calling, and I've been dropping his call. All right, let me oblige him. Caller, good morning. Tell us your life story. Just 2 minutes, please, because we are off the program already.
Good morning, Mazi. My name is Desmond. I'm calling from Dubai.
Okay, Desmond, just round out 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Mazi, I have been listening to your program, and today is my first time calling. Okay. I am a good listener. And I do what I hear from this hallowed platform. Notwithstanding, I was going through the internet the other day, and I saw there was a quote, or should I say some predictions, made by Nostradamus far back against 2023. Some of them caught my attention. And in some of his predictions, he said in 2023 that there is an empire that is going to fall. See, and he made some mentions about the hardship going on in Europe and what Britain is doing about the rendition of our leader and how they are not talking about it. Even when they stood for Omar Biko, who stole billions of pounds in those days, they stand for a criminal then. But somebody who said, I want the freedom of my people, I want my people to experience or enjoy what a civilized nation is enjoying. Nobody is talking about him. I'm not surprised. I believe whatever Mazi Nnamdi is doing is ordained by Chukwu Kikabiama. And I believe that without Nnamdi, we all as a people would have gone oblivion by now. Yes. Because the Fulani would have overrun us. So whatever they are doing is not our concern. They should go on. If God be for us, I don't think Britain is anything to withstand the mighty hand of God. Definitely Biafra must come. It will only take a time. Biafrans keep on keeping on. Definitely we will get there. And again, I am urging the head of DOS, please, to provide the contact details of the VOB. Since they have started talking and they are not saying how it should be. They should provide their numbers, even their Twitter handles, so that we will tell them the truth behind their publications. Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you.
God bless you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for calling. First-time caller. You see, he's been calling, and I've been declining it because he was calling at the wrong time. But that's okay, my brother. We've had your advice, and we have taken it to heart. This is Radio Biafra. This is time to go, and like I said before, I already closed before our brother started calling again, but still remind you that Radio Biafra is your voice. That's where we do our worship. And Biafra for us is religion. Religion means that we speak the truth all the time. So stay tuned, please. Mazi Alozie is next. From me, from here, it's goodbye.
Lies our religion. The last hope we have is in Biafran restoration. I believe. Listen to Radio Biafra.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
By Saint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, humbly called on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndiamala, and all paternal and maternal homes to beg hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the needful now. before it is too late. We dey ask all the people involved to abeg try and bury all the corpses wey scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it dey bring us spiritual and physical problem, and now we dey suffer, we no know. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don dey easy. Abeg my people,
Now we don sabi the cause of the sickness. IPOB don come with the solution.
the research wey you do show say some dead body don dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count na human being we go bury or na firewood. Everybody wey this one concern, we IPOB dey beg una, abeg make una do something o, because anybody wey in person start the journey, when e never reach the destination, im heart no go come down. As we never bury our people, our heart never come down. All the obnoxious high burial demands, competitions, effigy from churches, ndị amala, ụmụnna, in-laws, maternal and paternal homes, wey dey cause this delay and wahala for our people. Abeg make una try do something. Na all these things dey cause dem dey build mortuary like say dem dey build
joint,
church, filling station everywhere for Biafra land. Abeg, mortuary na factory, na children's amusement park? No. A stitch in time saves 9. We dey call therefore say make everybody try for 3 days wey your person kaput, make una bury am. After una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy wey follow am.
Churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, abeg make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter.
Because the person wey dem dey pursue cow, dey call im name. If e no hold the medicine, e go hold the thing wey dey dose the cow. Na we dey call una, and the one una talk, e go stand. Abeg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una no do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body wey we wan make it dey for mortuary na the only one
wey get case wey dem dey treat.
And after they don finish the whole thing, settle everything, make dem bury am. Mortuary no be factory, mortuary no be industry, mortuary no be amusement park again, no be recreational center, no be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land bury im dead body don bury 2 corpses o. Shey you never know, na we be the owners of the land, and we don tell una the time to cleanse our land na now. Make una do the needful, our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever dem dey.
Na the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dey bring una this message. Please, our heart dey bleed to save our people. Ọ na-abụ ọkọkọwa anụ ọhịa, ya gakwuru ka osisi, ọkọwakwanụ mmadụ, ya gakwuru mmadụ ibe ya, n'ihi na onye a na-achụ ehi na-akpọku ma o ji ọgwụ ya, o ji nri ya. Ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-atụ aka ma isi nne ya nọrọ ya, ke nne ya ga-anọrịrị ya. Ọkụkọ sị na ihe na-esi aṅụ mmiri, lewe anya n'elu na ọ bụ ebe ọnwụ na-egbu ya na-esi abịa. Biko nụ, anyị ji ohere a, anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra, indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB na aha mkpimkpi n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ, na-arịọ ndị eze, ndị ụka dị iche iche, ndị ọha obodo dị iche iche, ndị ụmụnne nna, ndị ụmụnne nne, na ọsịkwa na ọsịrị ka ha biko nyere anyị aka dịka ugwu ka anyị buru ebele. Nchọnchọ anyị mere gosiri na ozu ndị a niile bụ nke ndị anyị nọ na mọchụarị anyị na-elibeghị, so na-akele anyị ụkwụ na-epile anyị aja na garị. Biko nụ ka anyị mara na ihe anyị ga-eme lipụ ozu ndị a, hapụkwa na ihe ndị ọzọ sochiri ya. Anyị lipụchi ozu ndị a nwanne, anyị abịa n'obi emeghakwa ama ndị sochiri ya. Anyị na-arịọ unu, onye ọbụla nwụrụ na were mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 lie ya, bịa hazie ihe niile. Ihe mezikwanara emezi, a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Biko nụ, ihe ndị a na-ebutere anyị nsogbu rue na a ga-eji mọchụarị na-akpa anyị ọgba ebe niile. Ozu a dọrọ n'ihu, dọrọ n'azụ, dọrọ n'ụlọ, dọrọ n'uko, dọrọ n'usekwu, dọrọ na palọ, dọrọ na senta tebụl. Anyị na-ele ya anya. Chineke, igbo ozu mana m ụmụnna, ma enweghị ike iji ya mere igbe akwa. Ebe mkpokoro eso dị mma ma ejighị eme ọla aka. Unu ma ihe m na-ekwu, maka na nwata be nne ya be nna ya amara na ihe ọ ga-ebe agwụla. Anyị arịọ unu ka unu nwee ike mee ihe ugbu a mgbe chi na-efobeghị, tutu mmiri asọwa ọgba. Anyị ma ihe eji na-ekwu ihe a, ụfọdụ mọchụarị nọ n'ala Biafra anyị ga-emechi ha. n'ihi na mọchụarị abụghị ebe ụmụntakịrị na-aga egwuregwu, ọ bụghị ebe ndị okenye na-aga ezuru ike, ọ bụghị ebe a na-atatụ ihe n'ọnụ ma ọ bụ kwọ ngaji n'eze, ọ bụghị ebe a na-aga nlele. Ihe eji agba na ntị eji ya agba n'anya. Anyị na-arịọ unu ka unu mee ihe kwesịrị nụ ka ala anyị dere ji, ka obodo anyị dere ji. Unu cheta na onye ọbụla rere ala lie mmadụ oliole ozu labụ. Ihe abụọ apụle n'ahụ ka anyị nyere unu onwe anyị aka. Ihe meziri emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Anyị anaghị aba mba ma arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ unu. Ma ọ bụrụ unu na-asịkwanụ na unu agaghị elebara ihe ndị ahụ anya n'otu ọ dị na mbụ ka ọ ga-adịgide, nwanne anyị enweghị ihe ọzọ anyị ga-eme na-abụghị ime ihe kwesịrịnụ, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ afọ Biafra agaghị anọ ihe eri ọba anyị. Ozi a unu na-anụ ugbu a si n'aka ndị IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, na-abịara unu n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ. Ọ bụ ha na-akụ mgbịrịmgba maka na osisi nwa ọnwụ otu ya afọ ọ nụrụ ka ala ibe ndị nwe.
Before you, proud to be a servant of such a heroic people. Today I stand before you to proclaim that our heroic youth in the various fronts have turned the tide of this war. They have smashed all enemy offensives directed at our destruction. In the air, they have destroyed systematically the sinews of Nigeria's military might. The Biafran Air Force, small as it is, has stopped the entire oil flow of Nigeria from the mainland world. All protestations to the contrary by the British Broadcasting Corporation and Harold Wilson are mere wishful thinking. Our gallant boys are men tempered of steel. They have wrested the initiative from the Gawan enemy, and the Nigerian hordes are in trepidation and on the point of rout. The confusion of the enemy in the battlefields is only matched by the confusion in his home. Fight on, brave boys, fight on, heroes of our fatherland. Pursue the enemy, harass him, destroy the invader. March on, brave boys, now that victory is in sight. March on and hasten the disintegration of the enemy already set in motion. March on, young fellow Biafran regions of the former Nigerian Federation. The economic pattern was one of interdependence.
Inyudu ọbasi kewere di Biafra ihe nyuwe jaidare. Nnamdi Kanu dozanchin kesa ye mesane. Ejembo dozanchin kesa ye mesane. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man with the lion voice, the man with the thunder voice. When he speaks, the enemies will panic and take cover. Nigeria, emi aso ayegbe base, demo ye bore. Ejomi demi egbe base, demo ye yeruru. Ejomi demi egbe base, demo ye yeruru.
Nnamdi Kanu, ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo. Ọhamadike anyị bụ
n'azụ ọha dịka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ mgbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na IPOB one family IPOB one family asị m ụmụ Biafra IPOB one family ndị Chimeleze na mma IPOB one family Nnamdi Kanu ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo ọha dịka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ ọha dịka anyị kwụ gị n'azụ mgbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na uche adịghị bi ga na-abịa m ọsọ adịghị bi ga na-abịa m ọsọ ụmụ mkpụrụ okwe na-abịa m ọsọ ụmụ Chineke na n'ugbo ụmụ ekweli na mkpa na n'ugbo IPOB na Amerika Biafra bụ kayo IPOB n'Europe Biafra bụ kayo IPOB n'Asia Biafra bụ kayo.
Greetings, regardless of your time zone. We welcome you to live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. We are coming to you through our parent station, Radio Biafra London, and IPOB Community App, directed by our leader, His Excellency, Mazi Iyke. My name is Mazi Alozie. Today is November 18, 2022. Want to know where you're listening from? The good news is I like to tell our people that you can now read about IPOB and our news in new languages internationally. So it's very good. We spread the word. We spread it. We are all over. I want our people to, I like to bring you back so that you know what we're doing. Have you ever wondered why it is in Nigeria that they say that IPOB is proscribed? Have you ever wondered why? And for people that think, they say they think, have you ever asked yourself why we are all over and the only people that will say we are proscribed are the authorities that are killing your people? They are killing your people. And then you have the IPOB that is an impediment to their mission. IPOB impedes their plans, thwarts it, and they come and tell you it's proscribed. That tells you anything that gets in their way, they don't want. That is on one hand. On the other hand, have you ever wondered why the governors from Biafra land, all of them, I did not exclude any governor from Biafra land, they conferred that notion. They did. I hate to use Southeast. If I say Southeast, the governors from Southeast, where were the governors from Akwa Ibom, Cross River? What's their name? Asaba. That's Delta. Where were they? You did not hear from them. That means they all are aware what was going on. And let me speak right what is going on. And the insecurities they are carrying out, they say, is from the southeast. If it is from the southeast, why has it all of a sudden spread to Cross River? Why has it spread to Akwa Ibom? Why is it in Delta? These people are beginning to smell the coffee. There will come a time they will come to you. They will mark their plans and carry them out systematically. They mark out their plans. They want you to believe that yes, the Igbos, the southeast, as if the other ones don't have Igbos and they are not Biafra. They cleverly drew a ring around Biafra land and give you the impression that our enemies are the southeast. Anything they do, southeast. That alone indicates to you the extent of the hatred they have for Biafrans. They are telling you to come and conduct an election, participate. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, is a very peace-loving, simple young man. If they, the ones that are telling you that IPOB is proscribed, my question is to our people. Why on earth, how on earth did you ever believe that? If you take events into consideration, you will ask yourself, why are you killing our people and attacking them IPOB? Look at the recent accusation on IPOB and ESN. Oh, we attacked IPOB, ESN, and we recovered this and that. They are bunkering oil. Can you imagine when people, all they do is repeat the same process over and over again, and you fail to understand the game, the conspiracy they are levying on you? They go, they slaughter people. And what they do after slaughtering, they come back and tell you it is IPOB and ESN. Where on earth did they invade and burn people's houses and then come to accuse you that it is IPOB that is oil bunkering? ESN and IPOB, oil bunkering. You assimilate those notions, those accusations. You actually believe them. If for any reason you believe those, then you are a fool. If up till now they see what they are doing and you cannot come to a conclusion that this is mere smearing people, first of all you accuse them and you proscribe them, and now you're accusing them of oil bunkering, the same IPOB, the same ESN. There's more than meets the eye on that one. People that don't want you to exist, they do everything they want to do to stop your progress. We are boarding last. And we are at the bottom of the bottom. We can't see clearer than that. We're already down. Just want to get up. How are you going to get up? The thing troubling me is that when you are saying these things, people are not listening. I'll give you another example. How can it be that you are operating? One, the country has expired. It expired 2014. If it expired 2014, when it was clearly stated, even before the inception and implementation of the amalgamation, they said oil and water cannot mix, can never mix. And let's give it a trial. It is a trial. When you try something and it doesn't work, you let it go. It is not that you tried it 1 year, 2 years. You tried it, and before 2014, they knew that Nigeria will expire. They came up with 1999 constitution that reversed the expiration of the so-called Nigeria, and say, we the people, if our people are very understanding, why are they not asking who made that constitution? If it is not a constitution of the people, for the people, by the people, it is false and unacceptable. It is this same constitution that they swear in their elected officials. False constitution. And this refers to the judiciary aspect of the government. Question: what's in the constitution? Who made it? It is a selected individuals, military, that embarked on that process. As usual, we look at it and kept quiet. And they are using it to finish us. And nobody asks questions. As it may be, as we talk, our leader Mazi Nnamdi is a man of vision. It's with no sentiment. He calls it the way it is. And through this medium, we have told you repeatedly, the Constitution is false. The Constitution is for the Fulanis. It's made for the benefit of the Fulanis, not for the Duduas, not for Middle Belt, not for Biafra land. We see it. We see it. We see it. And we continue to see, but not say anything. We don't say anything. If they're killing you, and then they are conducting election, and the election is one that excludes you, one that when you look at it, you say, what a country. Why is it that at the onset, we say we are trying to move forward? You are trying to move forward, but your old baggage is still weighing you down. You have not dropped your old baggage. You have not dropped it. And you say you are conducting election. It is very funny. It's very funny. Let us look at our behavior. You see people, oh, we are going to conduct an election. And our leader told you, it will not work. We will not get in your way. What we want is a referendum. And that referendum, people will decide what they want to do. Or people did not take it kindly. Oh, the Fulanis, those benefiting from their spoils, will not live to hear that. And today, what is happening? People are beginning to show the line of demarcation, the cracks. A northerner, resenting Oduduwa from coming to campaign. This is democracy. Oduduwa will allow a northerner to come and campaign. Yes, now, of course. Yes, of course, now, because it's one Nigeria. And then a Biafran comes to Oduduwa. How can you? That lack of trust, meeting of the mind that does not exist, inability to fulfill, inability to accept the performance of other people shows mistrust. Oil and water can never mix. The trust is not there. It's not there. And how can you continue to say, let's move forward? Where are you moving to? Where are you moving to? When you lack confidence in other people that are not of the same with you. And these are the people you say they are your brothers. How come? How come there's lack of trust? They will never trust you, and you will never trust them. And this is why we must go our separate ways. It is not out of anger. It It is based on the obvious, what we experience every day. It is the truth. It is the truth. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's accept our differences. We should be embarking on it. We should be actually magnifying the differences that we have and use it as a stepping stone to go our separate ways and make the future better for our people. But it's very disappointing that after knowing the differences, after knowing that we can never trust one another, after knowing that we don't have the same culture, after knowing that we are religiously different, after knowing that everything we do is different, after 100 years, you are shooting people, killing people, wanting them to be like you. The worst aspect of it is that we even go abroad to display our foolishness. And this is to Biafrans, the oppressed, the victims, those earmarked for elimination are the ones that will be spearheading their freedom. They are the ones that will be spearheading for their survival. They are the ones that will be running to every corner of the earth to draw the attention of the atrocities being committed on them. They are the last ones to say yes to any kind of political infusion in their daily lives. The same political policy they used to kill over 5 million Biafrans. They have never acknowledged it. They have never apologized. Instead, they are still killing you. They are still killing. And then that brings me to the question of what are you expecting to get out of the situation? All those engaging in political process because they want to be president, ask them what they intend to produce. Overseas, the Buhari came to power. Overseas, he came to power. The civilian government turned into military government. It was pointed out from Radio Biafra that what you have is military takeover. And somewhere around 3 years ago, the army confirmed it. When that is 2017 or 2018, because Buhari died 2017. And all of us have forgotten the situation when Brutai said there will be no military takeover. There will be no rebellion. There will be no this and that. We were wondering why he was saying it. That means those that are ruling, the cabals, are there taking charge. And that was the period they told Osibanjo, you are a caretaker, you can never assume power. You're a caretaker. All of us had it. Then came the announcement by the military Yes, we are in charge. You had it. Yes, we are in charge. You're not taking over. No rebellion. To show your unity. When Brutai was there, then they kept changing. Then the army spokesperson came and told you, yes, we are in charge. And he made reference to the killings in the southeast. Nobody said anything. He told the truth. And that confirmed Radio Biafra, what we were saying. You took over the government. And that is the extent of the insecurity taking place in Biafra land. Everywhere is military. Everywhere is shooting. And you are saying you are a country. A country where their production, where industrialization is military, banditry, cattle rustling, and cow rearing. That is the industry of the giant of Africa. You cannot move forward. You cannot move forward. Because any intended progress will benefit those you think don't deserve it. You deter millions and millions of their progress based on the fact that they are not from your end. And how do you continue to say you're conducting an election and to produce a president who will not be accepted by the Oduduwas, depending on where the president comes from? A president that will not be accepted by the Middle Belt, based on where the candidate comes from. A president that will not be accepted by the Ariwas, based on where the candidate comes from. A president that will not be accepted by Biafrans, based on where the candidate comes from. Why then are we still deceiving ourselves that you are producing a president? A president which after production will be a lame duck president. That will be a setback for another 8 years. Somebody will say, no, it's 4 years. Yes, in the books, it's 4 years. In practice, it is 8 years. No president since the military regime has served 4 years. No, 8 years. And now in the campaign, they tell you, let me finish my 8 years. And what is the product? Looting. Crippling of the economy. Crippling of the country. The country you so much love. The country where you have helpless people that cannot eat 1 square meal a day. But you have the politicians bunkering money, building special houses where they load money, and you're dying, suffering, and smiling helplessly. Is this how we are going to survive? Is this how we are going to make progress? I don't think so. We know our handicaps. We know what's happening to us. We know what is going on. And it's time we put an end to it. Call a spade a spade and proceed. We do ourselves justice. We do justice to ourselves. We should be proud to recognize that we have given it a shot. We should be proud to recognize that we did everything in our power to produce a country, but we are unable to. If that is the case, why must we continue to deceive ourselves? You know what today is anyway. Our guest is here, so I will hand over to him.
Continue to strengthen and keep you as you continue to serve the indigenous people of Biafra under the leadership of our leader Mazi Iyke. May God bless you, sir.
Welcome, Mazi. Go ahead.
Greetings. Thank you, sir. Greetings, my fellow Biafrans all over the world. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, according to your time zone. Now time don't reach for us to make sure say we go groove, climb on top Radio Biafra when be 102.1 Radio Biafra. This now our Alozie platform. This now the place where we they worship and Biafra now our religion. But before we go carry go, we will thank Baba Gode and our leader for the good job when they don't do so far to actually get to like keep us here up to date. Iwe nini ki Jesu, iwe nini ka ogene no ma gbori mi, iwe nini ka ogene ki Biafra no hi Mazi Nnamdi Kanu nama no re miema shimia iwo boki suku iwo bokari iwo boki in Nigeria, iwo boki Fulani elari British government ogene ma atwe ma abwemie ma atwe uzo mi carry IPOB nation agbogben. Most especially, Iwuzomiki, our leader, Niki Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Onyendo. Oli Okpago say not stand against the odd. You carry Zoo, Niki, one Nigerian. Oganeri mi on Shimia. Oganeri mi magbe Shimia ni makini moki Biafra. Magbe ni makini moki IPOB. Magbe ni makini EXN, Eastern Security Network. Okay, nego gwali miema shimia nore dumalo wi roje kole nigi utoki Biafra iwe nini ki Jesu oje na ma gbori nimi iwe nini ki Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kole popo lo wa si no ya miema shimia iwo bokari Fulani iwo bokari Nigerian pastor aro haneze ndi Igbo Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ko pa or you agree with the terms and conditions not a mere Biafra shimia. Okay, Nelly Magbe shimia, or our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu shimia, or Magbe Makini Moki IPOB, Imoki Biafra, or Magbe shimia, not that you talk only, Lujokoli, Nigotoki Biafra, not that you're in Nama, not a Kine Pasu, Mavawe money. Even in Kijeso General Mark Borinimi. He say, Mazi Alozie, thank you. I really appreciate you for the good job when you did do for us on top this our Alozie platform. This now holy platform. Now waiting in me when they say now Alozie platform, now holy platform, now a place where be like say that they dispense truth, give everybody when love truth. And this place, now place when we they preach our freedom. Give everybody when they consign. Those when be Biafran and those when be strangers when like within Biafras then they do. May God bless our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When go hungry to feed, they actually get to put Radio Biafra for us. Because you know say our people they daft. Our people they stubborn. Our people not they hear a word. Our leader can't look for the best tools when he give to take make sure say he emancipate and restoring people to the glory of God. He carry Radio Biafra to bless us. He said, make we hold this one, make we hold them as number one something. Even though Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never do any other thing again, Radio Biafra, he carry and give you. He stand as an assurance, he stand as a witness for you and him. Say he don't give you everything when you need to save yourself. Because Biafran restoration are for you to save yourself. Can't join with it that they do make you save yourself. Because if you dey fight for your freedom, you dey fight to stay, you dey to stay alive and to fulfill God purposes for your life. I no come here to preach, but this na hallowed platform. Na wetin I dey try talk about be that our leaders set am, keep am holy. When I be dey prepare to come on air, I don dey think say see wetin I go talk, see wetin I go talk. No, once you sign in, you see the power of God take over you. And you hear yourself, I know they listen to myself. You go hear the power of God begin to minister through you. And after you do finish, you leave your room and you continue to keep yourself decent and continue to keep yourself holy to feel in line or click. Enter the spirit when they lead or when you're on top of this hallowed platform. And if we thank our leader finish, may God continue to strengthen him anyway when he day. May God continue to look after his health, his soul, his spirit. May God not allow any hand of the Fulanis of our enemy, our Igbo, make them prevail on top in life. And British government and the whole world government, when they keep mute, God go drag the whole world go court on top Mazi Nnamdi Kanu matter and on top IPOB matter. Mazi Alozie, make we come back here. You ask us too much question from your topic today. Now waiting I go dey stand on. Now waiting I go dey recap on. Now on top your matter, no matter when you carry enter house. Now in be the trend. I don't know what they do us. I don't know. I don't really know. I can't understand. Most especially in the Igbo. I don't know where this hatred, personal hatred, they come from. Una hate una self to an extent. Say una no want make other people when they attach to una, make them see road, make them save themselves. As una no want freedom. Why una no go allow other people make them free themselves? When I continuously to tell our people, say Nnamdi, some few elements, evil elements when mixed up in the Igbo. Now then they pour all sasa for Gary. If you hear them whether they display their idiocy, if you see where they display their atrocities, their treachery lifestyle, their saboteur lifestyle, their hatred for themselves, it could pay you for body. We are Biafrans, not an Igbo. That is why when you come Biafra land, we plenty where. We plenty inside Biafra land where. But it just be like saying Igbo people. Igbo people are good people. They are good. But some few elements when we see, some few elements when Fulanis them employ to continue to hold us down continuously. For Fulani now waiting they kill my spirit. Now waiting they make me they turn to heaven. They ask God. No go allow Igbo people make them spoil things for us now. You know go allow Igbo people to allow Fulani because of their gullibility, because of their idiocy, because of their self-centeredness. You go allow these few Igbo people make them destroy all of us when be Biafrans, when be your people, when they answer your name, when they try stand against the order of Fulani with their Allahu Akbaru, because they want make them pack all of us come out, make them keep the whole Biafra, make them take over us so that they go install themselves and install their God. I don't come here to come be religious, but this now what that they do us over and over time. They use few elements like Ohanese Ndido, like Pandef, like Southeast and South governors, them, ministers, senators. They use them, they hold us down in perpetual slavery and suffering. Mazi Alozie, you go see where Soludo and Peter Obi. Okay, never need to May God forgive us our sin, because our sin too much. Most especially those few elements inside the land. Now, like this, they take on together. They shop cow meat, they cook pepper soup for them. They promise they go extraordinary redeem our leader from where they on oh jejeli. Person will not do you anything. Person will be saying only cause now to saving people and freeing people and giving people better life. At least in people go see the kingdom of God here on earth before they begin go the place when they call heaven and earth and hell, according to the preacher. Then when they send come here, may they can colonize, may they can use religion to colonize the black animals there. I not really understand. You see, Soludo go come outside. You dey try serve your Fulani master. You go come against your brother. You go nail him to the cross. You go spit on him. You go demoralize him. You go reduce him to nothing. You better pass him because Fulani make you irrelevant. I see when they call you for this part of the world, carry uniform, give you, carry AK, give you 30,000 naira. Your saboteur lifestyle go start. Go listen to that clip, may you hear waiting Soludo talk about in your brother when he's supposed to be defend Igbo people. Not be here, we be day, we talk about Onaga and Baka. Now so it be, now so you take see Ugwani, now so you take see Willie Obiano, now so you take see Hopeless Who's Odincho, now so you take see all of them when the Ohanese indeed, when they said now they be opinion model, now they be intellectuals, now so they take gang together for them to serve their master very, very well. They come together, they agree. Say yes, you see that man when they claim saying Jesus Christ of his people, we go beat him, we go stab him hard, we go carry and give Fulani. Mazi Alozie, military people cover everywhere for Biafra land. If you walk out from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pro, you meet military checkpoints. They are promised now to Fulanize Nigeria. They are promised now to make sure they continuously to defend this their fatherland. When we small down Fodio, don't promise them, say, Benny, if you are like the man to scrap up or to rise up, you are gone, you no go get anywhere to call your own for the whole world, because everybody rejects you, because they know who you be. So Nigeria are your own, and you must defend it with all jealousiness inside of your life. You must defend it with your last blood. And Fulani are doing it perfectly. What are the best ways when we go fit continuously to hold out, to continue to make our presence number one for the zoo? First of all, we go recruit ourselves for all the powers when they for zoo. That is why you see like Abubakar Malami go come outside and illiterate a quarter primary 6 graduate say better pass that idiot, because our people say something. What you they do continuously, you go get time when you go do and reach, you go become part and person of you. And when you don't become part and person of you, now be say that thing don't sink inside you, and you self you don't sink inside that thing. When you they do that thing, you go to do it with us without stress. That is why you see people like Fulani, Abubakar Malami and his brothers to them when they rule Nigeria, you understand? talk to you. When they talk, you think say that they make sense. They know they make sense. Listen to person when get sense. Listen to real person when get sense, and listen to Fulani. You go know say we dey for dark. You go know say we dey way back. People they go forward, we they go back. You go know say this kind of human being, when you put your life and your runnings, your day-to-day runnings for hand, you not reach 1/4, you not reach 0.0. Now we be ourselves problem. And I don't know, majority don't see road. Cause of Radio Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB. And IPOB don't pay dearly. When I mean dearly, I there somewhere when my guy they try making sensitize or explain this some idiotic Nigerians. Then when they are around, when they say this and this and this one, my guy they try tell they say
for the reconnection. Listening to live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. There's temporary disconnection, and we wait till the line is reconnected. Yet to the point he was making, when we condition ourselves to the state of stupor and cannot change, we cannot get up and say this is not normal. Let's wake up. Well, we are not. It's only the many that have conditioned themselves in a helplessness condition, and they think it is the norm. It is not the norm. Just freedom. We can tell you what freedom feels like. Where you can get up, do what you want to do, sleep very comfortably with your doors wide open. There is law and order. Criminality barely heard of. You cannot get up and walk around at night and somebody will ask you, who are you looking for at this stage of the day? Where are you going? And the next day you will be reprimanded by the okay. They say, look at you. We saw you. Watch your steps. And that our inability to condone evil led us to the point that we can no longer even examine the accusations. We say yes. Our purity. Now we are being framed left and right. We are being framed. They accuse your sons of things they didn't do, crimes they did not commit. It's Let's see where we'll get. Let's see how far we can go. We are fighting for the people. We are fighting for our people. We are fighting for our sanity. A lot of things went wrong. A lot of things went wrong. And we must try. We must try to correct these things. We must try. It is our responsibility. Nobody else's. We must. Our leader showed us the way. Our leader led all the way. Our leader stood on our behalf. He stood tall. Are we not proud to have such a person? And what are we doing to show that? We are not doing much. Nothing whatsoever. Those that believe in him strongly believe in him. And they are standing firm. The rest are wishy-washy. Dallying around. Not standing. Not believing. Say, yes, this is what we want. This is where we are headed. Instead, the politician comes out, they follow. Now, for the fact that they have seen the money or the monies hoarded by these people, because they come in various currencies, not just naira, they come in dollars. Your parents work, no money, not paid. Their retirement, not paid. In other words, they are telling you, I can do what I want to do with you. You can't do anything. And these same people will come out and tell you, come and vote. And you come out and here you're voting. You already forgotten our leader, Mazi Iyke, instead of standing with him to correct the mess that we have. You turn around and still run behind these politicians for the fact that you saw the money house. You have seen the money house. Ask yourself, what is the population of Abia as compared to the money hoarded by the politicians? Wouldn't that be enough to take care of Ndabia and their roots? The economy and the health sector. It will. Ask Ndimo. Wouldn't that be enough? It will. Ask Ndanambra, ask Ndenugu, ask Ndakwab, ask all these governors from all these politicians. This is why they are not talking. This is why they have created a class of the haves and the have-nots. And they are calling you, come on, come and vote. They are projecting the image that once you vote, all your worries will be taken care of. It will be the beginning of another 8 years of your worries. People that are heartless. And when I mean heartless, they don't care. They would rather have you dead than have you stand on your feet. They would rather invite the Fulani military to come and eliminate you rather than see you stand. This is why. This is why most of the majority are ignorant. They cannot see. They don't know what is hitting them. They don't know where it is coming from. They believe in lies rather than the truth. Is it not the same thing that happened to the Israelites? When Moses was leading them, they didn't want to go through the hardship. And when the soldiers of Pharaoh were approaching, what did they cry out? Oh, Moses, you should have left us where we were. At least we were able to eat 1 meal a day. Now you are putting us in peril where we'll be killed. You see the similarities. The same politicians that created the instability, that put you in danger, are the same ones running around telling you all whatnot, and you are falling for it. All things being equal, if we like actually understand what is happening, I don't think we can be able to welcome any politicians. I don't think we can be able to listen to any of them speaking or addressing us. Why did Ghana get rid of theirs? Why did Ghana get rid of all their politicians? They got rid of them because these people are heartless. To them, you don't exist. All their life is politics, swindling, and how to destabilize you. You see them working like human beings, but within their mind, they are evil. They are heartless. The African politicians, the Nigerian swindlers. This is where they leave you. This is the condition they leave you. Your parents are hopeless. They have no hope. They have been put in a state of condition where they're just in a state of stupor, in a condition that they cannot even get up and find a meal for the day. This is the condition the politicians left them. Not of their own choosing. Your parents cannot be able to go to the hospital and receive medical treatment. Your parents cannot be able to go anywhere. Say, I'm going to the market to buy something. The prices hit the roof. You cannot go to your farm and just collect any of your crops. You can't reap the reward of your labor. The Fulanis are there destroying your crops. So they have left you in a very useless condition. You cannot eat. You cannot sleep. You cannot travel. It's just hopeless. And these same politicians are handling your own children, killing them, arming them with guns to fight themselves. And they come up to say, vote. And they will tell you PVC and all whatnot. And you believe them. This is where I disagree. Your inability to question them, reprimand them, to show you what they produced, or else we are not voting. We don't have that mentality. We don't have that fire burning in us to say, okay, let's do that. We don't. And when we don't do it, how do we expect something good? And we are too quick to say, heaven help those who help themselves. Are we helping ourselves? Absolutely not. We are not. We are not helping ourselves at all. It is very discouraging. It is very disappointing. It is very demoralizing. What's the future of our parents? I'm talking in terms of the number of years we have left. What's the future of our children and the generation to come? And this is what decides the line of action you'll be taking. At present, the youths have been expelled. They have no morals. They have nothing to hold on to. They have nothing to build their future on. They just don't have it. So what do? They engage in unacceptable behaviors just to pass the day. How can this be a generation that will determine the future? Ask yourself that. We are punishing ourselves. We are destroying the current and the present generation to come. But those that are doing it are not worried. They are not concerned. They don't care about you. What happens when they are sick? They hop in the plane. They are going overseas where all has been made, fixed, prepared. But prepare your own, make it look like where you are going to enjoy. No. We cannot do that. We don't want you to be equals. We don't want you to even attempt to be like us. You are a miscreant. For the word miscreant, when it comes up, have you ever asked yourself why somebody will label you a miscreant? They have assessed you. They have evaluated you. And let's leave them. Let's be in a class of our own. Then they start grooming their own children away from your environment. They don't want you to influence their children. They don't want their children to have anything to do with you. They grew them abroad and then will bring them back to come and rule over you. They are creating classes. And not that you understand what they are doing, you will accept it. And the way you accept it is by notoriety. These are the Igwes. Then it becomes normal. Okay. These are the Omumo shows. Okay. These are the Musas. Okay. Then where are you? You are nowhere to be seen. You are nowhere to be noticed or recognized. Not to talk of being given a chance. if we are sincere to ourselves, if those in power are sincere to themselves as to the progress they are making, they should listen to the cries of the people. Instead of listening to the cries of the people, they will look for them, hunt them, arrest them, shoot them, burn their houses. Ask yourself, what kind of government do you have? When you cannot tolerate criticism, you cannot tolerate criticism because you think you are God. You think you are above every other individual. What do? You use your arm of the military to suppress any opposition. And then you tag them. And what do the people do? They sit down and watch and become speechless. No massive resentment because you are not the same. What you see is not what I see. What I see is not what you see because there is no trust. There is no trust. It is very natural. And this is why we can never be a country. The indication is there. The line of demarcation naturally is there. Take your family as an instance, where you have $3,000 on the table. In your family, you have somebody put up $3,000 on the table. What do? You start looking in your mind. Who is going to steal this money? Who is going to embezzle this money? And lo and behold, you come back. The money is not there. For the fact that you don't trust anybody, your mind will start to wonder who to accuse. And who do you go to first? The less privileged, the helpless, the one that you think is the poorest, the one that you think is the one that can never bring in a penny. That is the one you will first of all query, examine, and accuse. But it never occurred to you that he that has more, keep looking for more. But for the fact that the other one is still lesser when it comes to equality, that becomes your target. That becomes your problem. Innocently being dehumanized. This is what class does to people. They create class. They create monsters. They create class. They create inequalities. They create class. They create criminals. When you are disassociated with the community, when you are disenfranchised, when you are expelled from the community. You are left helpless and wandering around. How do you correct it? And where do we go from here? Politicians and all what not. You owe the people explanation. And the people, you have reached the age of maturity where you can say, we no longer believe in your politics. But when you engage yourself in something you should be avoiding, not only are you retarding yourself, international community will be watching you. How can the people that are being slaughtered, how can the people that are being deprived of their liberty go back and participate in an election? They are not serious. We cannot trust them. We don't want to put our hands and soil it. So when our people continue to act as if they don't know what is happening to them, they are equally ostracizing themselves from the international community. Our people, when you all engage all these lies called presidential election, the world is watching you. You cannot come back to say, oh, you have been cheated, or you don't want Nigeria. That means when you don't get what you want, you don't want it. You have not been getting it. Why now is it what you want? But the consequence of your actions, the consequence of what you are participating in will be very, very costly, whether you like it or not. It will be very, very costly because countries cannot stick out their neck on your behalf and you're running around unconcerned. And at the same time, you are calling them, international community, come and help us. What do you want the international community to do? You want them to come and help you to be free. And at the same time, you are not fighting for the release of your leader. You are a liar. You are misguided. You are not truthful. You are not honest as to what you're looking for. You cannot have your leader extraordinary rendition. He should be your priority. He should be the person until this man is released. We are not doing it. No. What is happening? The same people, the same Biafrans calling, marching, chanting, waving flag, they are the same people going for election to produce a president. I don't think any country will back you. I don't think any country will believe you. I don't think any country is going to stick out their neck on your behalf because all of us are liars. We don't know what we want. Let the election come. Then you will see. 2019, you never learned. You never learned. When you're fighting for freedom, you don't go into, you give references like South Africa and all that freedom fighters. In Sierra Leone, you did. What did they do? They all say, we are not. Unanimously, they say we are not. Okay, these have the Oduduwas, you have the Arewas, you have the Middle Belt, and you have the Biafrans. If Biafra say we are not, And you say we are not. I don't care politicians, we are not. In this case, even the chiefs, even the egos, even the ESS, everybody's confused. Nobody can come and say, yeah, this is what we want. You are in the pocket of the politicians. Of course, which you are a participant. You are. Your leader, you abandoned. If you can abandon your leader that sacrificed everything he has, what do you think the other countries will think about you? Oh, the Biafrans, those people talking about Biafra, don't mind them. Don't mind those people. That is the answer you will get. They say they are looking for Biafra. Their leader is there. They are not talking now. They are turning around. They are looking for president. You mean the same people fighting for their freedom? Yes. You mean the same people that got over 5 million of their people killed? Yes. We have an issue. And we have issues. We lie to ourselves. We deceive ourselves. And we want to draw people into our problems, which we cannot straighten out by ourselves. Your brother is killing you in the name of politics. Your brother is killing you. He wants to be commander-in-chief. Whoever you're commanding does not trust you. That's the most ridiculous aspect of it. The person you want to command does not trust you. And there was an incident today which they say a soldier went berserk and shot a United Nations aid worker and shot some people. The same way a soldier will go berserk and shoot the president. Case closed. All the years you put into this gun, then a full animal will take over. You go back to square one. And they've rigged it, they've changed, they've put every step in place. And people will blindly buy into it. Why is it that you have a country? You say you have a president. You have a vice president that is impotent, ineffective, cannot act, even in the absence of the president. You have a president taking office. He appointed himself to certain posts. Nobody said anything. You have a president who at his own discretion appointed all his people to the posts where 90% of the resources are derived. You're not saying anything. And you are going to vote. Who is in charge of the election? Fulani man. People, open your eyes. Biafrans, you have deceived yourself to the extent that the international community are now not trusting you. You have deceived yourself. You have raised a lot of awareness that attracted the attention of the international community. And when they came, they noticed that you are not serious. Mazi.
Very sorry. Mazi Alozie, I'm very, very sorry. My satellites are not just no, my engineers and they work tirelessly to actually get to mount, put them the way we go, if we serve ourselves well, properly. I did very, very sorry, Mazi. Mazi, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. You have barely about 10 minutes, so go ahead and say what you can say in that 10 minutes.
Mazi Alozie, thank you. This now one thing when we dey get for this part of this world, and how can we continue with this setback? This is setback in human capacity or naturally. This is setback. This is not how God has programmed us. And if we continue to dwell with Fulani, if we continue to stay with Fulani, if we continue to cling ourselves with Fulani, there is no way forward. If we not stand up now, destroy Nigeria, Nigeria will destroy all of us and give them to Fulani. British people went on sign saying that the resources now they just want, but the people, the land, we not really care. Fulani, you can stay anywhere, you can take over them, you can kill them. We will block the whole world not to say anything, but you know, block God. Now God create Biafra. Human being can't create Nigerian. God goes to show us the one when it be human being, when it be God. God pass human being. Human being is nothing for where God is. So our problem for Zoo, you when they shout obedience, you when they shout
Well, I think you call it the day. Mazi, let's go ahead and finish the program. Next week is another day. Next week is another day. Take the time and Mazi,
sir.
Yeah, you still want to continue?
Network, Mego.
I'm almost done, sir. Network has really thrown me off. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to use the 5 minutes or you want to get up the end?
But I want to use the
what?
I want to use the 5 minutes, sir. Let me sign off, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, Iwoliki Biafra, emi atwani mi igumama gbe olehi. Ifulani olehi problem ma. Gbogbo ma gbe ma ri pa kan se no economic ma va continuously. Te kan Iwoliki Biafra lo talk roje kokene. Niki Biafra under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ko le popo lo ya ni mama gbe. Ojobo ki DSS is chami kama no. He's in DSS custody because of all of us. And he has told us all the truth. He has to tell all of us. He has given us a platform to always bring our complaints and get solution immediately. I don't know why we continue to follow Fulani. I mean, what have we seen for Fulani over years now? I'm more than 30 years now. What have I seen for Fulani? Lies and deception are killing and taking over our land. And when we are talking, it seems like we are just talking. We are not just talking. It might not be coming into fiction today, but tomorrow we continue to hold on to what we are doing. We are not going to back down for you. Whether you call yourself Malami, you call yourself Buhari, we are not going to back down for you. Your brother died. You not come outside, carry and call the whole world, call tell or say your brother don't die. We will give a respect when they give president when don't die. You will hide them up to date. They lie, give us, say your brother still be alive. They use carton and silicon. They deceive people who continuously to they take that kind of rubbish now. You see over 200 million people that they keep quiet because of gun and bullet. You won't kill all of us because they won't tell you say your brother don't die. Carry your brother, carry your dirty and your strange self come on from our land. Make we sabi something. You continuously to hold us down. You take over power for Nigerian. You now where terrorism and kidnapping and killing they will happen on daily basis. The whole world they do like say they're not the sea road. The whole world they do say now they don't catch them for mat. They don't want to talk again. They don't want to face reality again. Fulani continuously to they hold us down. Fulani Igbo people. Una continue if not be una if una come stand up and follow and dey for front una lead all of us go follow una to take tell Fulani say una brother don die. Una go land or another land carry money give Fulani. Una go take extradite our leader from where he dey on his own carry am come inside zoo. We sit there here like this you dey disobey your own court. You dey turn your own self upside down to tell you say you not be human being, and 200 million people still dey. They still dey behave say everything dey normal. They still dey go do their buying and selling. Why all of us no dey take to street? Why all of us no dey stop our business? We no go chop. We go enter street. We go dey sober. We go dey sober. We go dey waka from street to street. They go know say yes but all of us go back house. Everybody dey house. Only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dey there. They suffer for all of us. Malami, you will go sleep for better bed. You go carry our leader when you not reach him nail, when you cut come out from him nail. You will carry and lock up for somewhere. You the first say your brother don't die. You the first say your brother still dey alive when your brother don't die. Make all of us stand up. Make una stop this 2023 mirage. This madness one they do for. Make we continuously ask for referendum. Make Nigeria separate. Make Nigeria go separate ways. If we not destroy Nigeria now like this one after the other now, so we go to die on daily basis. That is why you see killing and death for Nigeria on daily basis. No day when waka pass where you know the yes a person die. Make all of us wake up. If only mama agbe malik pakose, ki amagbe ni mash diaspora, ki amagbe ni mash buba, magbe malik pakose no rekino ka vare be sweet referendum, no rekino freedom, mavate seeking freedom once in our life. Our children will come and bless the existence of IPOB and Biafra restoration, because now will set all Africa free and keep us to compete with the whole world. Mazi Alozie, I really appreciate you. Network don't kill me today. You know go better for Nigerian. You know go better for anything when they keep one Nigerian. You know go better for any service when they run Nigerian. Anybody when they keep one Nigerian, most especially Johannes Ndigbo and the Southeast and South governor, you know go better for all of una, because no keep us for this darkness when we day. Mazi Alozie, thank you. I really appreciate you. I'm not happy. I'm not always happy in the zoo. It's just that we are just living that we have a big hope in our heart that Biafra is coming under the leadership of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know any other person for this struggle. I don't know any other person. Mazi Alozie, I don't even know you know the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and waiting is stand for now. I know for this struggle. So you when they come show yourself, I not see you. Your face not show. Your shoe no go ever shine. In Chukwuokike Abiama's name. God bless our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. God bless IPOBs worldwide. God bless EXN, Eastern Security Network. May God continue to keep us to see Biafra. In Chukwuokike Abiama's name. Mazi Alozie, really they pay me say network now allow me do it and I want to do today. Really they pay me seriously. But thank you, I really appreciate you. Mazi, okay, and everybody that is working as seriously, okay. I thank everybody. make we continue. We no go back down for Fulani. We are not going back. If Fulani think say we go do rich road, we say we not dey do again, a lie. Because we know if we do rich road, we say we not dey do again, they go kill all of us. You know, go better say all of us kukuma decide how we go die. And how we go die now to make sure so we gain free Biafra for our children. Mazi Alozie, I really thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I promise the next week it will be like this, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The frustration. If you're not in this, you will not understand what he's going through. When you are in the position he is, the frustration gets to you. Our people are dying. Come death that is avoidable becomes unavoidable. It's like destiny. You must die. Yeah, we're all going to die, but at the appropriate time. But we create the death for ourselves. We see the danger, we step in it. We welcome it. We embrace it. Frustration. And we are saying things that will make us better. And at the same time, people are setting us back because of greed and all whatnot. The call number is +1 484 767 0848 +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra, USA. It is painful, my people. It is very painful. How we can be marked out for elimination, and we are cooperating with those that are killing us for us to be killed. They have not shown anything that will indicate that yes, they are honest. None. All Biafra land is in turmoil. Biafra land under siege. People being attacked. People being attacked. You are in your own home. All of a sudden, you are fighting for your survival. All of a sudden, you are running from your house. You are running. And continue to run. Where you're running to, heaven knows. Call out your name and where you're calling from. Call out your name and where you're calling from. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Greetings to you, my beloved brothers and sisters. And the blessing of Chukwu Biafra continues to be with every one of us. My name is Hugo, and I am calling from the blessed land of Biafra. As you see, we need to continue to call a spade a spade. We see the extraordinary rendition of our leader, Mazi Kanu. We need to continue to recognize the people that is behind this. Remember, next 3 months we are getting into 2023. It's like we are forgotten the time I came to this hallowed platform and reviewed the evil secret meeting that these people did here in Enugu province. That is the reason why I will continue to say that Malami and the rest of Southeast governors, the Eastern region governors, they should obey court order. Let me quote. I think last time Malami made the statement, he said that he's going to have a meeting with the Southeast governors to decide. Finally, we have seen the outcome of their decision. Let them obey the courts because they are not bigger than the courts. This is exactly what every one of us needs to continue to say. They are the one holding this innocent man. They are the one disobeying the court order. And we are telling them for them to know that we knew all these things. And we can never back up on this. Because for the restoration of what we are doing is freedom, the masses have decided that we must get it, and we will definitely get it. There is nothing will make us not to get it. The nemesis of the evil work which they are doing will be visiting them one by one. That is the reason why one of them is in prison in overseas. Let them release our brothers and sisters at the same time we boycott on behalf of our leader. There are so many of our innocent brothers and sisters which they are holding. And who are these people? Malami Erufai and the Eastern governors. Mazi, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. They are politicians. They are playing politics. We welcome them. We embrace them. If we hadn't embraced them, they wouldn't have the guts to do what they are doing. They are now the beginning and the end. That is the way they see themselves. What they say goes. But we cannot say never. We will not accept what you are doing. Let's continue to pretend as if nothing is happening. Let's continue to pretend as if what they're doing is acceptable. At the end of the day, we are the ones coming out with the short end of the stick. At the bottom line of what I'm saying today is that we Biafrans, we are deceiving ourselves. Your inability to draw the line. We are not going to do anything until our leader is released. Once you fail to do that, the world will have no respect for you. The world will not believe you. They'll say you're not serious. So if for any reason you are hoping that let's give it 2023 chance. If it doesn't work, we will come back and we'll start looking for Biafra, looking for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who had already predicted, told you all the things that are going to happen, and they are happening. Now you ignored all that he said. All of a sudden, 2023 is your priority. Nobody. Igbo, Biafrans, you have exposed yourself to the international community. It will be difficult for any respectable country to throw in their hat on your behalf. They are not going to do it. They are not going to do it. That blackmailing, that selling of your brother mentality have reached to the epic proportion that no country outside the boundaries of the zoo will respect or believe you, because you are misguided. You don't have your priorities in order. You don't know what you're looking for. You don't. Call out your name and where you're calling from.
My name is I'm Jim Floor by reconnection and execution. Attention everybody watch me. The coming of the Biafran country is in the hands of the God and the gods. Now, the gods are going to punish the 5 evil countries now, except the ones that support Biafra. Many Europe countries are benefiting through the Biafran mineral resources now, and they don't want to support the Biafrans to achieve Biafra. And the Europe gods are angry with them now. And most the Greek gods, I can't mention none of their names here at all. So those Europe, be careful now. I swear, none of the Europe gods that hate me, even the headaches, Antitrix, and Napoleon. Now listen to Biafrans. Listen carefully to me, Biafrans. Wonder is going to happen soon. All those that betrayed the Biafra country must die by the headaches immediately before the wonder happens. Now I'm going to sing one song. I'd like to tell you a short story when I was somewhere with flying boats moving on the high sea, and he just left me and died. I don't know how to drive a body phone, and I don't know what to say and what to do again. When my heart told me at first time to jump into the sea and die. When I'm just prepared just to jump, then my heart told me again, never to jump anymore. And immediately I saw the 2 policemen with their own flying boat was coming on the high sea, on the high sea, on the high sea. Then I saw them so higher, and they came and they heard my voice, and they came and rescued me. And as I am out from the high sea, and as I am out from the high sea, and as I am out from the high sea. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to pay to go and listen to that concert. We are presenting our emotions in different ways. What we are facing is not a joke. It gets to me because we have the people, we have the bodies, we have the body of people that can, without any hesitation, carry us through this mess, but they are nowhere to be found. And the question is when? When are we going to wake up? The consequences of our calmness, inability to speak, will come to haunt us. Every day we're here talking to our people. Now the time is coming when you actually have to prove that yes, you are listening. Yes, you understand. You get to that point, now you hold your peace. You cannot talk to anybody. You cannot convince anybody. Convince yourself. Convince yourself, first of all, before you try to convince somebody. Believe in yourself first before you want somebody to believe in you. Any absence of these, your You're not serious. You're not serious. Caller, your name and where you calling from? Your line is gone. It's gone. That's the kind of services we are getting. They collect the money, but they don't render you the services. So we'll continue to suffer in silence. We suffer in silence. And when we keep quiet, that means it's good for us. Caller, your line is not good. Go ahead. Welcome.
One on over now. Just on over now. What I find. Marana from people of the on it now. That Mangwa police down in on our also find. Also Chukuma. Also Chukuma. Also Chukuma, my brother. Also Chukuma, because my brother, what are drama? Young the perform the full house like this. What are drama? Subhanaka. To the thing, I'm going to stop and just go for fun.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Let's see. We can continue to talk. We can continue to say all the things we want to say. At the end of the day, the responsibility lies with us. IPOBSN investigation unit crime number plus 459 149 8677. ESN IPOB investigation crime line plus 459 149 8677. Let's report all these criminals. Report them. Our leader said our land must be free of crime. It must be free. You know, our people in South Africa, they are having their meeting for the release of our leader Nnamdi Kanu today in South Africa. Triangle building, it's taking place today. Let me get this call. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
That Alozie Jishike. That Alozie Sobodaro Monurundes. Since where the Biafrans abandoned to go to Kabiama, he banished us out of this our land that belongs to him. The whole Biafrans, he should maybe any letter, the guy take. And the common sense there is one thing. If Biafrans really want freedom,
we don't talk about election. Not that it's always joke. Because the whole world are watching us. If really we want to be free, we will not talk about election. That is just what. And the Chukwu Gabiama. Okay, child. Come and do it again. Before the election, Africa can give us the child and acquitted. For his son, that Nnamdi Kanu. And that is just the word child. All our governors, all our AZ, every leader in Biafra land, Opa. So that they don't know Fulani. That they will come and do election. That they don't care about the sense people. We are more than wicked. That is okay with Biafra. That is the whole okay now. You put that in. So I land. That's not respecting you, Dad. They say I will respect you, Dad. Not in my life, because I love truth. Whatever they say, no nation on this earth will live. If our leader doesn't understand, it's not to live. For them, they take a business. But for them, they take a business, they don't understand it. I want to know. Biafrans, I want to know, and I know how to become nice. I give it to you. And the IPOP everywhere on this earth. You know, say we done that oath. Simon Evan on that oath. Why everybody yourself? Focus on the side and acquitted. Okay, they must sponsor that to Pakani. So you don't be to be. So that they cannot come here and save everybody. We are Biafrans, we want to be free. But the people, you see, everybody, both Queen Elizabeth, they went there, and the Malad, everybody, they use you. Why come distract, come prove, I want to say, we did that. We got to get that pass you did that. No, the light doesn't come out. My name is Excellency from Omawa. I come from another province of Biafra. Just like that. I say Omawa is an example before Joe Biden. Not excellent, not a problem. We must say Omawa. Any politician in Omawa, your plan not stand free. We want to be free. Omawa belongs to Biafra. Before heaven and this earth. Just Omawa, keep it upon you. Let's just go now among us to the I don't think we have to more get to make a shot at the kind of people. I will teach you, I will make sure that I don't know how, I don't know the thing is the quick as things like that. That appeal in Revelation chapter 20, from verse 1 to end, and the same Revelation chapter 21, from verse 1 to end, and the same Revelation chapter 22 there. From verse 1 to end, the new heaven and the new earth, the defeat of Satan. Then I think number one, the Nnamdi Kanu is Jesus Christ, and the whole world knows the truth. Happen there, pastor and a pope and a bishop, and those. And then I think number two, then I will say, I feel anywhere you do this. Number two, get what's in mind. If we wait a human being go die one day, and they open this ground, to 6 feet to put us, cover them. Why not get sent this son, where is this and this moon? Somebody get them. And then our God. And this moon and so you know go say again. So we can say to get. Even this word go valid before you go to go die. We can say where we bring wood human being there. So now I know I can tell you. You will not be equal because it's fake equal. Nobody is fair for this thing. Bring that innocent man, make the word of truth and free. That is the message. That is the message. Where is that? After election, na Biafra land, you can just come out with an animal. Then I think a better chance of war. Then I think a better. People, now all of them are bastard because I can make the NFL. Cameron there, Biafrans, and then they will bastard because Fulani took their time to be repping our women. But they don't allow their own women. That's the citation on Okudadani. That is the restaurant for what you make a Kurenoko. And the area of your job for, for job for no. I can't wait to keep them and the beach home. Everything now going to tell the city. The matter is this. Dara. Okay, because you are following the because the man and Marupala and the Motabawadi. Tapa phone call they bring Nalaman Napatani Kennedy, Bahamadika, okay, but don't want Jesus Christ. Kana has so cool when you let the Kumakan the Kanu man saying in a temple, she can help you to run a plate. Lord, now for Nampo, ya, Okonto, over. Just to get the one way, I'll be a friend.
Call your name and where you calling. Call your name and where you calling.
Good afternoon, Mazi Alozie. Good afternoon to all IPOB all over the world, and a good afternoon to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. My name is Ebo Chukwuemeka. I'm calling from South Africa. We went to Pretoria today for the protest, and we went to Israeli embassy. We did protested there, and we submitted our petition, and then from there we went to Russian embassy. Then we met them. They came out and they met us. We spoke to them, and we gave them our memorandum of understanding. So after protesting, then we came back and they gathered together and they prayed together, and we dispersed to our different places. So everything went well today, and that's all I want to say, to let everyone know. I thank God for everything, and I thank you guys for supporting us, for making that the things are moving well. Thank you, Mazi Alozie. That's why I called, to let you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That falls back to what I'm saying. The haunted should find a way to be safe. You can't be haunted and you're handing yourself over to your enemy. Israeli embassy, Russian embassy. Sounds good. And when they come back to look at you, they find out that you are participating in the election. What do you want their reaction to be? Well, what do you want their reaction to be? I want you to see the mistakes we are making. I want you to see it. Caller, your name and where you're calling from.
Alozie, good afternoon. Good morning. Biafrans worldwide, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Mazi. I'm calling from France. This morning, I want to say something we've been saying before, but I want to repeat it again. If we do not take all those politicians, leaders in our land, I don't think we are going to send a good strong message to all those people that we are calling to come and help us. Because we cannot call the international community to come and help us when the little thing that we're supposed to do, we do not do it. And let me give you an example. Ukraine, when the Ukraine war started, any Ukraine run away. At the time, some of them come back and come and they help with their soldiers. And after helping their soldiers, do you know that the athletes, the whole footballers, they join the league? Say it's better for them to die and not to lose their homeland. Then what they are trying to teach us, we Africans? This is the time for us to start wake up from our slumber and take back our responsibility, because we didn't allow people to take our own responsibility, not allow ourselves to be as a man and also become a man as a full man and always become Obi is a boy. It's time for us to leave this Obi is a boy mentality and come back as a full man, that we can able to handle our our situation and also handle our responsibility very well. Being able to look ahead and see what other people are doing and follow suit and not to be behind, trying to accuse one figure to another. Why we are the one we're supposed to blame ourselves, not to taking our responsibility. Well, what did I mean? What I mean is we need to do the needful by taking all those church rats and all these loopholes and all these cankerworms in our land, which call politicians. Pick them one after the other. Don't look face, not to say this is my brother, my uncle, or my equal name or equal name. This is the time for to wipe and clean them and cleanse our land. Then when we cleanse our land, those people that are sponsoring them, they cannot have the access to send them using them as a puppet or to using them as a loophole to against us. That's why I'm calling and I'm sending a message to Biafra to wake up and do the needful. Okay, Biafra. Bye from now.
Ndeo, thank you very much. There's one funny thing that's involved in this thing we are saying. All the freedom fighters from different parts of the world, they all have one thing in common: their goal. And you seldom see the academicians amongst them. For one reason, it is always the oppressed that are championing revolution. From those that are well informed, they pick it up. And nothing you can do to stop them. As they champion the revolution, the academicians stay on the side. And in our own case, you see how I've been saying it. Only few academicians have showed up, like the Jews, to voice their disappointment. A country sponsored, groomed, and financed by Britain descended on Biafrans and killed close to 6 million of them. Prior to that, they have killed thousands. Twice. Then come the millions. After that wave, you have another wave of killings. Now in thousands again. And the same victims are the ones running around talking about election. You have to preserve yourself for somebody to be able to see that you are useful. They can use you in the near future. We have to prepare our home. We have to prepare our mind. When people call you, you say, yes, I'm here, I'm ready. But you let people deceive you. We let the politicians deceive us. We can never stand and make ourselves reliable. It is always saying things, different thing today, different thing tomorrow. Let our yes be yes, let our no be no. And we're going to tell the Russians, oh, the people we are calling to come and help us, or the people calling us turn in their leader, then how are we going to help you? Or you're telling the Israelis, come and help. Oh, where is he? He's in the detention. Their people sold him. There is weight in every action we take. There is weight attached to it. It is coming. It is coming. There will come a time you cannot be able to say anything to anybody, and they will shut you up. Call out your name and where you calling.
From the Biafra. My name is Mazi Iyke. I'm from the Kanu of area Enugu province. I retired in Abakaliki province. I am at the Kukapiam for giving us a true leader. The leader Mazi Nnamdi, the leader who said no to evil, a leader who said no to evil politicians in the zoo called Nigeria, a leader who come out and say go to hell with your oil well. Oil is from my land. A leader who stand in the front of Fulani Caliphate, tell them you can never bribe me. My people must be free. Chukwu Okute Abiyama. We will continue praising you, thanking you for looking on our face and see that we are safe, and we send the true leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come and save you, save us. And we came doing the needful. Guide him, protect him, bless him, give him more strength, more knowledge, more wisdom. Guide all those who selected our DOF who are doing the needful, and our lawyers who are there for the needful. Bless all the little presenters who are coming all the time to teach us and enlighten us and inform us where we are getting it wrong. Our mothers, Biafrans, bless them and guide them, protect them so that we can temple in our land called blessed land of Biafra in the name of Chukwu Okute Abiyama. Mazi, if our people did not know that Fulani have a serious agenda towards us, tell the person that the person is a fool. You know, these evil politicians in our land, Fulani are using them, and what they are after is their pockets and their stomach. They don't care for others, even if they are kill all of us. As far as they are in that seat, it's okay for them. They are not there for us, and we are not here for them because they are nothing to us. They are the evil that is killing us. When we talk about witchcraft we have is evil politicians in our land. When I see them, I always call them evil witchcraft because they are inviting these Fulani to come and kill us. But they say, how? Ask yourself, why Fulani, all these terrorists, they are arresting, they are surrendering, where are they pushing them to? They always push them to Biafra land to come and kill and make money from ourselves. You know, politics in our land is evil. Anybody who are participating in Nigerian politics is a bad and killer because only killers are surviving in Nigeria. If you are not so bad and the most corrupted human being, you can never survive. All these good people, they are neglected them to that level. Look at all the police people. You know, in our land, I thank God that our people are taking all those people. All these politicians in our land, you know, when they want to do something, they will mark more checking points to check whether people will come and attack them. And after that, they will leave the checking points there. Those people will continue
continue extorting money from Biafrans. We is our own problem. We must deal ourselves first before we think about, okay, some of these people are talking about people to come and help us. You ask yourself, can you go there and help them? They have their own problem too. How can you, expecting people who are having their own problem, settle it by themselves? You want them to leave their own and come and say, let us remove our minds from all this mentality. Everybody who are in Biafra land and putting hand in criminality, my brother, let me tell you the fact. Anything, if you commit atrocity in our land, you will go down. That you not worry about it. Forget about all the evil politicians and evil religious people who are telling you that God have already forgive you. Forgive you what? You kill somebody and you want God to forgive you. Forgive you for what? But when you are killing others, God did not see you, forgive you. If you commit any or kidnap our people and kill them or collecting money from them and you think that you are safe, that motor you use that money buy will kill you. If we did not catch you, that motor will kill you. We tell our people, remove their hand from criminality. We are IPOB, we are good people. What we are seeking is let our people be free, happy, and live like other human beings on earth. You are here telling me that you see something in me as a pastor, that God said that I will get visa to go. I tell you, you are an animal. How can you pray that I should travel away from my land? Why not pray? Let my land be good so that others can come out here and work and stay and work. You tell me to leave my own land. For who? For planning to come and take over. It can't happen. You are a fake pastor. I am not that kind of human beings you be extorting money, telling them you see something in me. My brothers, Biafrans, see, these politicians and the evil religious leaders are the people that killing us most. Okay, ask them, all these pastors who are moving around with the police people, why can't them all call that God to guide them, but they will call police so that if you mention police will deal with you. Look at it. Our mentality, we must change the way we live in. We must change the way we live in. Our leader did not call anybody. Our leader come out and they truly Biafran hear the truthful and honest and the way forward. We follow them. We are not seeking Biafran to gain or to hate other people. We want to live like other human beings. Build the country we can be proud of. So that if you pursue us from where we are, we run to our land because our land is good. But as we are still one Nigeria, my brother, we are dead people living. So everybody should rise up. Stop thinking about others who come and help you. No. Only us can save ourselves from these people. Who are we afraid of? Think about Mazi Nnamdi. He did everything for us to be free. Okay, he's now in the hand of terrorists. In the hand of terrorists, and you are there. Creating criminality, creating all type of useless things in our land. My brothers, if you are a killer, you are not my brother. The people I'm calling my brothers, they truly IPOB people who are doing the needful, who are thinking how we must be free from Nigeria. We are not Nigerian, it can never be. Biafrans, may Him bless everybody. Try all you can, support ESN, train yourself well because where we are now and where we are heading, we must take the freedom by force because the way we see it, planning is not ready to allow us to go free. Look at. Thank you very much, Mazi, for your good work. May Him bless all the Biafrans. Thank you very much, sir.
Tell her your name and where you calling from.
Yes, we must have Nnamdi you are speaking for Calabar. You know, answer cross river. Now, as you know, say, I don't be papi water. I don't be women water. We answer our name. We answer our name, Calabar. Mazano say, you see, where I always come on air complain, say, the people here, and that the thing, yeah. If the thing don't start to focus about, don't start to, is the thing, they are this thing, they are White House, you know, in Kosovo now, it's on that sea. Everywhere, confusion, problem, everywhere you go, in Kosovo now, confusion, killing, you see them? That's why they always come on air, complain of Kosovo. But this road, now that they from enter us through, and through them from here, enter through Igbo. Because our boundary is open. So now confusion is here. You see this Abomege now, Abomege, we get Abomege road. The way police are doing there is too much, and army is too much. That place, they show us that place is better. Why we and Igbo, we are one people. That is to show us that we are not one people. That is why they bring that checkpoint there. When you reach there, you come down, you use leg, you cross. Some children, they ask you, which border is this one? They let them know that this is a south, this is a southeast. You say they take the divide up. And all those boys, all those produce who are there, the produce, they are working with them, they are agents with them. Because you see army, you see immigration, you see everything for one road there. You see Agboro for one road. That is to show that they are trying to divide us. That checkpoint we have to remove. So that our people know that we are one people with people. The time of when they divide us, we don't pass. This time around, no way. Consider us, you cannot follow extra need to fight Igbo man. No, we don't get that set. You don't unite us. You don't know that we are one people. So they help our people will do that checkpoint. You have to remove. Even all these Agboro, they are working with them. They are giving them information. Even that nonsense where that man talks is that checkpoint. I want to get with the Igbo, with the Kosovo, all of us, we are one people. All that checkpoint is the bad rule. We have to do something. And their soldiers go house to house and prevent our women. After I will begin to cry, say, you see how people they do. These people are following children. We have to stop it now. If you come to Idiba, all their girls, we are soldiers with the friends. All the following soldiers. You come to Tigiri, like the same thing. You go to Igbo, like the same thing. We are bringing our women to study.
Well, we are done as far as I know it. It's teaching time saves 9. Our leader was shouting, calling on us, and those that said they see good, but they are blind. Whatever they feel they want to do, they do it. Everywhere you have checkpoint, they are checking. What are they checking for? I don't know. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Mazi Alozie,
welcome.
Yes, sir. The second thing that gives me headache. This man that come to the radio Biafra to say they are killing them, there's everywhere soldiers in Enugu, everybody there's a war, there's everything there. There's a problem there. Okay. What have you done then? Have you galvanized some people to come and help? Have you arranged for vigilantes?
Yes, we know who he is.
Sorry?
We know him. We know who he is.
Okay. Can I let that go then?
The what?
Do I leave it that way?
Yeah, just leave it where it is. He's doing a good job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Goodbye.
It's somebody that takes out time to say this is what is happening. They are in it.
I understand.
Yes. They will.
Okay, sir. Bye. Bye, sir.
Bye-bye. And we have a problem. These people are everywhere, but we can't see it. Tell me what situation that warrants the deluging of our region with foreign soldiers. With foreign soldiers. They train them, they bring them in. And we are going for election. Have you commented on these soldiers? Have you commented on these imported Fulanese from Chad and Niger? From the Sahel region, in a small portion, where the land is limited. There are things that need to be elaborated, and we have elaborated them enough. It's either we understand it or we don't. Yeah, that's the way I see it. It's either we move forward or we stay in our dormant nature. We stay like statues, never to move. Yet you see us, we're there, but we're not moving. They pull you, they shake you, they inform you, you never move. You are there. That is our situation. That is our state of mind. UN, come and help us. America, come and help us. Europe, come and help us. Italy, come and help us. Help you do what? You are running for election to produce a president. When you are running for election to produce a president, you're not calling on America to come and help you. You're not calling on Europe to come and help you. But when they start killing you after you've lost the election, then you remember that there is something like Europe and Germany, Italy, Spain. Let's stop fooling ourselves. Let's stop making mockery of ourselves in the international arena. We've seen enough. They've seen enough. IPOB, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi, I've given you all the directives you need. Take it or leave it. You want to perish? Perish. We all did our best. Politics is your goal. Pursue it. And don't complain. If they are slaughtering you, stick out your neck, let them cut it off. Don't complain. Dead men tell no tales. Nobody will tell. You died out of your ignorance. And I wish many of you that luck. Continue. This is where we'll be ending today's program. The women will be on the air tomorrow. You join them. And see what you can learn. That's if you're learning anything. And thank all of you. Those that are emotionally drained, take heart and have a nice day. All of you. Those that are emotionally drained, take heart and have a nice day.
July massacre and the May massacre, which, as you know, was therefore pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside eastern region of Nigeria, you're not safe as an Igbo person, or you're not safe if you're an Eastern. In Lagos, the first person they killed was someone who looked like an Igbo person. It's Captain Ekenem on Carter Bridge. They just looked at him and said, "You look Igbo." They killed him. He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Lagos, nowhere was safe for the Igbo person. In Lagos, they go from door to door, they knock on your door and they say, "Toro." If you say Toro like the Igbo person, they realize they're Igbo and they killed you. Some of the houses were dubbed "So Brother," so you know which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo. So the Igbos have to leave Lagos. If you give the account of those who are famous like Chinwe Achebe, he has to make his way and escape from Lagos. Okay? So they were after them. So nowhere therefore was safe for an Igbo person. So they decided to have a conference. This happened in July, and come September, the conference was going on, and this was going on, they had more killings in the north. The killing was such that Gowon himself had to appeal and ask them, for God's sake, stop killing. That's enough now. Yeah, they carried on killing. And the type of killing is not just, they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods of killing people. People were buried in whales. They just dumped them inside the well and sealed the well. Pregnant women had their womb ripped up and the children killed. The women were rounded up from, if you like, nursing colonies, from nursing schools, and sent to leper colonies to be gang raped by lepers. There's no atrocity visited on the people of Eastern region. And so, as a result, they all gathered to the Eastern region, those who escaped. And the account is all in this booklet I'm talking to you about, the Tribunal of Justice, and it's worth people to read it and understand the background to why the Biafrans, that was declared a year later, showed that they couldn't be safe anywhere in Nigeria. Okay, so because I don't know if you want me to pause regarding the killings, or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions.
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course, with our history. So you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. In the next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back with another part 3. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So therefore, people were returning from the north. Those who escaped with all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded and injured. Some were maimed for life. Some came back with some pieces of their body. A mother will have a basket as she was running. The only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter. After plaiting the head, they just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There was somebody, 6'2" person, I forgot his name, who was beheaded, and abdomen ripped open and his intestine gushing out, and they put his body back in the train. So when he arrived in Enugu, he was supposed to scare the Igbos, And the other thing that Ojukwu in December, around the Christmas time, where all this goings on, I read somewhere they put a box, send him a box of presents from the north. And when they opened it, there was the head of an Igbo person. And they're supposed to scare him. His name is Ondimegu. How do you scare somebody whose name is Fear? So they made a wrong judgment, thinking that Ojukwu is going to capitulate. So this is why the Igbos, if you like, and Easterners came together and said, this cannot go on forever. You can't kill us in 45, kill us in 53, kill us in 1966, May, July, September, October, all the way to December. And they want us to be in one country. So Ojukwu was told, what's this thing about Aburi? You want to go to Aburi to talk to what? About what? We can't trust these people. So Ojukwu said, we have to take one extra step. So he was persuaded to go to Aburi to say, how are we going to live with people? We can't go to Lagos, we're not safe. We can't go to the north, we're not safe. Even where we are, we're not safe. Okay? So what do we do? Well, Jojo is better than war. It's always good to talk. So they went to Ghana, and luckily for them, it was Ankara, who's the Ghana head of state, who invited them at a place called Aburi, where they sat down and mapped out how is it possible to live together again in one country, where one section is being killed with impunity. So Ojukwu told them, and they all agreed. The first thing is to renounce the use of force to solve the problems. As gentlemen, they're not going to use force anymore. They agreed. They said, okay, how about what we do with the military? Those from the east, they return to the east. Those in the west, go to the west. Those in the north, go back to the west, to the north. Okay, so in other words, you have your military come to where you are from, your place of origin. How about police force? You have areas of command. In other words, we need to have separate components of these security forces to guarantee some form of security. You need to pull apart slightly, remain in one country, so that when things are cooled down, we can then come back together. Everyone agreed. It's a great idea. Yeah. So, well, why don't we sign the forms? They signed the form. General Ankara said yes. Are you guys happy with this? Said yes. Ankara was so happy. I'm so happy with you guys. Well done. We solved this African problem and so on. We just have to carry on as brothers. So they came home. Aburi was conducting a cordial arrangement. Everybody was happy. Then Gowon was supposed to announce the findings. Remember, the Supreme Commander was still missing. Aguirre was still missing. They had to announce that he has died, and therefore we're now going to make Gowon the Supreme Commander. Okay, because up until then, he's not the Supreme Commander, because he took power from the Supreme Commander, and he hasn't consulted the rest of the military. Okay, so now, he wasn't any more superior in rank than what's his name, Robert Adenka, who is the Western governor. Neither is he more superior militarily than Ojukwu, but he assumed power because the people behind him have got the guns. So after Aburi, it was decided that Gowon could be the Supreme Commander. Okay, but everybody, if you have a decision, we all have to agree to that decision before we go ahead with it. In other words, you have to have it in concurrence. Everyone has to agree. But Gowon then said, no. According to the people advising him, his permanent secretary, say, well, we know you signed this, but it's going to cause Nigeria to divide. We're not going to agree to it. So you have to change your mind. And we say the British might have been also inspired to not to allow him to sign this, to carry out what they agreed to. So as a result, there's a a retraction. He started going back on his word. Unknown to him, though, known to him, fully aware that the Aburi Accord was recorded on a gramophone. So it's not a case of you said, I said, or he said. There's evidence of what was actually discussed.
So, Mazi, what you are telling me is that Aburi Accord was recorded. Is that right?
Yes, it was recorded gramophone.
So tell me, how do we explain this man, this old, dying, lying man, go on? Till today, he is still saying Ojukwu is twisting the truth. That was not what we agreed in Aburi, even though it was recorded.
Yes, one day we will get the Aburi played. So that's what was played in the eastern region. Yeah, this is what happened in Aburi. We all listened to it. And the t-shirts came out. On Aburi, we stand. Okay? We are not going to budge on Aburi. Okay? So they all knew what happened. So, because they had the superior weapons, all the military, everything was in the north. So they thought, well, if we disobey, we declare a state of emergency, we invade the east, and it would take about 72 hours, and that would be it. And that is what happened. So Aburi, they negated on it, including paying those who abandoned their jobs. If you're working for the government in the north, let's say you work in the railway, you haven't been paid since May. You ran away, and no one's paying you. No one paying your school fees for your children. There's no means of livelihood. The eastern region was supposed to support all these 2 million XM flocks. So there comes a time when you say, well, what are you going to do about all this? Part of the Aburi agreement was to help pay towards them. Gawan reneged. Ojukwu said, okay, from April 1967, we're going to collect tax in the east. And the money we collect in the east, we're going to use it to rehabilitate those refugees. And we're going to keep the money. Gawan said, you can't do that. If you do that, we will blockade you. So Ojukwu went ahead with the survival edict, which is what he propagated. And Gawan said, I'm going to impose a blockade. So you sealed off, so you can't trade from the east. As a result, you can see with a journey of no return. You can't go back to Nigeria, they'll kill you. You can't stay as you are, they blockade you. You declare yourself a different country. And that was what happened. So Ojukwu called all the experts to come and sit down and discuss what our options are. Do we stay in Nigeria or do we leave Nigeria? They voted with their feet. Means there was a unanimous decision that we've had enough of all these duplicitous people who want to kill us, take our resources, and leave us to die. So they said, please, Ojukwu, at the earliest practical date, we are not asking you, we are mandating you, declare Eastern region a sovereign nation by the